All right, boys, the Mahariji here. We're going to start with one more intro, let a few more people come in, and then we will start the show.
Mississippi Queen, if you know what I mean. Mississippi Queen, call me everything. Way down around Big Bird, round Louisiana way. That a Cajun lady, called a Mississippi Queen. You know she was a dancer. Ooh, better on what a president dude was a getting that kick. Brother begging pardon, I was losing mine. Mississippi Queen, if you know what I mean. Mississippi Queen, call me everything. This lady, she asked me if I would be her man. You know that I told her I would do what I can to keep her looking pretty. My jacket that shine, what a winner that dude, what a getting that kick. You know I was getting mine. You know she was a dancer. Ooh, better on one, what a winner that dude, what a getting that kick. Brother, beg your pardon, I was losing mine.
All right, guys, welcome to the program. Welcome to the show, guys. This is the Archie Luxury Channel. I am your host, Patel Philippe, and I'm joined by the esteemed Jonathan Quail Higgins III. How you doing, Higgy baby?
There is a disclaimer. All opinion are yours and yours only. So I have nothing to do with this.
Look, I mean, the whole pirate radio aspect of the Locks Report, I think, I know this guy, first in the chat, Rich Mitch, he liked the idea. He's like, it's kind of cool that, like, it was Ken from Scotch Down Under did the intro for us for the Locks Report, where, he liked the whole pirate radio theme. So, yes, all opinions in that segment are those of the narrative guys and no one else. Higgy, I'm going to start off by saying hello to everybody in the chat before we get into a lot of different watch topics today. So we had Rich Mitch first in the chat. BC, always letting us know it's pure shit. We got JT, who's back here after the unban from Archie. All good. We got Punisher, who says, hi to all watch junkies out there. Well, hi to you, Punisher XX. We got Jonathan Quail Higgins III in the chat. We got
I replied to the poll.
Okay, we'll go. Yeah, I'm going to go through the poll in a second, but let me see what you said here to the poll. To flex, of course, Fikers. Well, look, I mean, I would expect that from you, Higgy baby. We got JD MTL. Let's talk drama. Well, I don't know about any drama right now. We got Surdy Danny, who's liking the. Now, look, guys, Higgins has been triggered because we did a dungeon the other day with Dodger. And I think I asked like what were the best duos, and like Dodgers like, well, Tan and Higgins is much better than Swiss and John, and Higgins like has not been happy about that comment for days. So yeah, I'll take it, Dodger, but Higgy baby not happy.
No, 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 definitely not. How can he say that? Can I ban him for that?
Hey man, you can do whatever you like. We got Danny who's calling us the combination of Tan and Higgy, the Tiggy baby.
Oh shit.
Tiggy baby. I love how you called his the Starburst State Just, just like Archie. Archie called Danny's State Just, the new watching guy yesterday, the Starburst State Just. So that is the new watch. That's the new name for Sturdy Danny. Big shout out to Danny. Congratulations on that new watch. We got Dodger telling us to flex it, baby. And we got our first super chat of the night. Thank you so much, Rich Mitch. 2 British pounds. I'm back, Higgy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got Rob Filmer who's asking, Tan, will there be actual watch talk? Yes, there will be actual watch talk. We got Jimmy wishing us a great show. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Appreciate you being there. D Meister's asking, can we get Easy Company? And yeah, man, like everybody's welcome. Anyone wants to jump on, everyone is welcome to talk watches and hang out with us here. We got Nate Ho in the chat, and we have, I think I'm caught up almost. We got Omar talk about Mississippi Queen. We got Ryan Hoffray in the chat, and I see Ryan. Let's see what's Danny saying here. Tan, is there more chance of seeing a UFO or Higgy admitting he loves Paddock more than Lange? Look, I don't think the day will come when Higgins will say he likes Paddock. Was there ever a time, Higgy, in your life that you would say you like Paddock over?
Actually, I have breaking news. I registered today at the Patek Philippe owners registries just in order to get their free magazine.
You're such a cheap like. Okay, so for those that don't know what that means, okay, so when you buy a Patek Philippe watch, whether that's a brand new watch or you buy it secondhand, you can go on to their website and register the serial and that watch under your name, and then Patek will actually send you their magazine quarterly for free. Okay, so I'm sure Higgins has owned Patek Philippe's in the past and registered one of them, and then boom.
No, I couldn't find the serial number, but I have friends. So one of my friends sent me the certificate of one of the watches that he sold, and that's how I'm now a member of the club.
Very cool, man. I still haven't got my magazine because there's a postal strike in Canada, but hey, hopefully soon. We got CB in the chat. Nice to see you, CB. We are going to be talking independents. Actually, CB is our first topic because it's late.
No independent today.
Okay.
We're talking about Rolex.
JT says he's banned half the time. Look, JT, just let me know. I'll unban you, man. I know your shtick, and you're having a bit of fun, so it's all good, my man. All good. Yeah, Diggler, you can hop on if you like. Everybody is welcome. We got Rohit in the chat. Nice to see you, Rohit. We got Watch Nikki in the chat. We got Caliber YQG in the chat. Nice to see you, sir. We got Hookstraten, who says, man on the fucking moon, fuckaroonies. Yes, sir. I think we are almost all caught up. You have no friends, Higgy. I think that is true. Rohit says, let's talk Patek, please. Well, Rohit, like, I can talk Patek Philippe all day. I think everyone's been a little burnt out from my Cubitist talk. But, first topic, Jonathan Quill Higgins. I wanted to talk about what everybody's talking about here. This new Simon Brett. Let me pull it up here on the screen for us. So this was a release that I don't know if the article came out yesterday, I think. And for those that aren't familiar with the brand, Simon Platt, it's not the first watch from the brand. The brand was known to do a souscription. So I'm going to start there. Higgins, what does that mean, souscription? How does that relate to kind of watch buying today?
That is a subscription. Breguet, I think, invented that system. That subscribers are. It's basically it is what Kickstarter. It's like Kickstarter.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Simon presented his ideas for a new watch to a circle of friends, and they could subscribe. I don't know if the down payment was 100%, 50%, 20%. I have no idea because I've not been the chosen one. I guess that they had to pay 100% upfront, 12 people, and they received the watch.
So this was kind of exactly what I was thinking. So, when you hear the word souscription, this isn't the first watch as Higgins has described. Abraham Louis Breguet actually, did this 100 years plus ago, for watches he was selling. And for those familiar with Bill Sanders, the Larique #1 and #2, they also do it on a subscription model. But yeah, I mean, simplest terms, the way when I kind of first came across this brand, I thought Kickstarter in my mind, right? Like you pay, either a full amount or a percentage amount up front or during the process as the watch is being built, right? So, right off the rip, I think for those that are listening, this is the first time you're seeing a Simon Platt. This isn't the first time he's done this watch or a watch similar like this. And so, we're kind of covering his second watch today that just came out. Now, Rohit really, kind of pointing out right here, saying this watch is on the table. Rohit, nobody got my joke yesterday, so I'm going to try to zoom in here. This little hand right here, like if you just look at this is kind of Higgins' face. When he received
What?
Two or three rejection letters from Simon Platt for allocation.
I'm being paid by you to be here, the experts, not to get insulted. What is going on here?
Does that mean doxing Higgy, by the way, by saying this looks like? I don't know if I'm doxing you, Higgy.
Oh.
But look, Higgins himself has been trying to get on this list, and what was it? How many rejection letters have you got so far?
Two.
Two rejection letters, guys. So.
Yeah, Russ and I were talking about the get fiked letter, basically, because he got the one as well.
Yeah, so, obviously a bit different than the first piece. I believe the first piece had a silverish dial. This one has a dark dial on rose gold. I actually really like this color combination just from looking at it from pure aesthetics. I really like the combination of the rose gold. I'm not sure if this texture, I'm zooming in on this picture. If it's a similar texture to like the skateboard dial. I believe this was the original watch, right? It was like,
yes.
This was the first one.
So the structure is a little bit different. So actually, I'm a big fan of the structure of the first one, which is totally unique, and it looks like little flakes of gold that are put on a surface. I have no idea how his engraver did that, because it looks three-dimensional, and I have no idea how that looks like, how she did it. In my opinion, it looks amazing. That is, in my opinion, the best dial that she made so far. Then she modified it. She calls it the dragon scale. Maybe you scrolled on a little bit. I think there is another one that shows that dragon scale. Otherwise, I prepared, of course, because I'm doing homework.
All right. I'll let you take over then. While you do that, while you start getting ready to take over, Bugsy Malone says the dial of the original watch is so much nicer. Yeah, man, it's personal preference. I mean, I think the gold, I think I even got it wrong because I don't remember it was a gold dial. But yeah, no, I mean the gold dial is Is the new black dial? Is it also like black and gold, or is it a different?
It's rose gold, DLC coated.
Okay. I don't know if I like that though, Higgins. A rose gold DLC coated. CB, what do you think?
Yeah, but you only have, well, first of all, the dial is rose gold, and then it's highly complex engraved. Now you have two ways of making that dial black. You can paint it, where you lose a little bit the structure, or you DLC coat it, and that is basically the thinnest layer, which leaves all those complex structures. If that makes sense.
I'm just showing folks the photos here, so obviously you can see the kind of texture right here in the picture as well.
Yeah. So just.
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready. Sure.
So I have here a picture of the first one with those golden flakes being totally random and just looking amazing. And the second one had this kind of pattern, which is now on the black one that I'm going to show you here. So you can see those stripes here. You still have those kind of flakes, but you have kind of stripes engraved on those flakes. And that zoom in gives you an idea that it would not be a good idea to lacquer this, to put paint on, because you would lose those sharp grooves. So I think it's a good choice that they DLC coated that.
A lot of people are kind of, I think they prefer the original to that. Even CB, what is CB saying here? He says, "Can I say I don't like the dial?" Yeah, absolutely. Right, absolutely, you can.
Yeah, and I'm with him totally. That is the first one, and that dial was smashing. But as far as I remember, that was only on the souscription. Then they changed to that dragon pattern, and now on the black dial they have that dragon pattern, and it says that there is also a kind of tremblage. So I haven't seen it in real life, so I can't comment on it. I can only judge it from the press pictures that we received so far, and in my opinion, it looks amazing.
Dirk Diggler says, Higgy will never let anyone copy his homework, because I'm like, this is kind of how it works, Dirk. I usually don't do my homework, and then Higgy is...
You're paying.
He's been prepared. He's been prepared for like 4 hours to do this.
Yeah.
So we're... Okay, so beautiful dial.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go next? Are we going to the movement? Where are we going next?
Yeah, I wanted to nerd out a little bit about the movement and the intricacies, whatever.
Yeah.
Intricacies. So one of Simon Brett's shtick right from the beginning were those concave shapes. So usually, for example, screw head, it's flat because that is how they are punched out, and they're easy or relatively easy then to be polished. Now, Simon Brett apparently has a friend who can do those in concave. So all the screw heads that you see here are concave. They are not flat.
Yep, I can see the tech. You can see it.
No. Yeah. Can you see a screw head here?
Yeah,
I can't.
Go a little bit up. You can see it.
Yeah, here is a screw head. So all those screw heads are concave. Which gives it a totally different visual. Now, not only those screw heads are concave, also, for example, those end pieces of the pivots are concave. Also, 1 second, let me show you the movement. The ratchet wheels are concave here. They're hollowed out inside, concave, and then you have a concave screw head on. So this is a lot of work, a lot of effort, different approach to horology, high horology, and I totally love it.
Now, do you feel they use the idea to make it concave from reflection of light, or is it a more functional reason?
I think there is no functional reason at all. It just looks, it is different, and it looks amazing.
Mm-hmm. And for those that are kind of new to high horology, guys, this is where, the watchmaker will try to make the movement more beautiful, whether, certain way, you do Côte de Genève, for example, between functionality as well as, a reflection of light and, how it actually shines. And, when you see anglage and how the light reflects off of it, right, it brings out the radiance of the movement, and it's supposed to, really add depth to the art, right? So that's why I asked Higgins that question. Like, is it purely functional? Like, they made it concave that way, or do you feel that it plays off of the light and it actually, shimmers a bit better? So
it's just because it's bloody difficult to make.
I was asking how those gears are made. I'm sure there's a lot of hand.
Yeah. I'm gonna comment on that later. Corrado, good to see you here in the comments. I would like to reply to the question of somebody who knows nothing. So he's asking, is the balance cock concave? Well, Dirk Diggler, if you look carefully at that, so it is not a balance cock, it's a balance bridge at all in the first place. And it's not, it is not concave, it's rounded. So usually you have a balance cock or a balance bridge, which is a flat piece of metal. And then it's decorated with perlage or with an engraving like Lange, and so on. But here, Simon Brett is taking the high horology approach, which is also done, by the way, by Recepi. Kari Voutilainen does it. As far as I know, Philippe Dufour doesn't do it, but maybe I'm wrong on that. But here they're taking those bridges and they're round polishing them. Which of course is super difficult to make because you see the raw material here is a flat piece of metal, and then to get that rounded shape out of it, and not only that, to get the cone shape out of it, is just outstanding. And that, gentlemen, is high horology, what we're talking about. This is not...
Sorry, I have to interrupt you here. Apes. So Apes, I actually had the exact conversation. Not the same reference, Apes. I used the CC2 as opposed to the AK06 from Acrivia. So I basically said to Higgins, I was like, same price. Are you taking a Rechepi or a Simon Brett or something like that? It's like not even a question, man. Like he's gonna take a Rechepi all day long. So I just wanted to derail you there.
Wait! I didn't say that.
You're not. There's no way you're taking a Simon Brett over a CC2. No fucking way.
Well,
same price, no way.
Maybe I'm gonna surprise you with my decision.
I don't buy that.
For the viewers, we had that kind of discussion 2 hours ago, and I had to admit that I would take a Rechepi, but reality is I would take the one that I'm getting an allocation for. So if Simon Brett tells me, okay, you can have the watch tomorrow, I will not tell him to get fiked because I'm on the list for a Rechepi. That is how it goes.
CB agrees. He'll take a Rechepi any day too. All right, Higgins. We were talking about cylindrical cones and balanced bridges.
Yes, and you know that I'm here in my field. So this golden piece here is not a chaton. That is part of the shock resistant or the shock resistant system, but also that part is concave. So he's really following that motive. And now I would like to go a little bit to the tooth of the ratchet wheel and the crown wheel. What you see here, we've been discussing that here, this part is hollow or is concaved, which is totally unusual. I haven't seen that before. Now, if we look at the tooth, you can observe 2 things or 3 things or 5 things, whatever. First of all, it looks absolutely perfect and beautiful. But secondly, you can see here, this is polished with an angle. This is not flat. This is polished with an angle. So this polished part, the tooth outside are have an anglage or a beveling. Now, if you see at the, if you have a look at each tooth, you can see that even the inside of the tooth is hand polished. There is no machine to do that. Basically, it looks like the bow of a violin, and they have a very thin kind of string, and they hand polish then the inside flanks here of those tooths. Now you may observe the shape of the tooth, which is totally unusual to a normal toothed gear, and that is correct. Those are called wolf's teeth gears. So the toothing is different, and it's different. And it's very difficult to achieve, but it looks absolutely beautiful. Now, so you don't only have that concave shape. You have the beveling, you have the polished toothing, and you have the wolf tooth. Now here you have the crown wheel, which also has the same treatment. So you have that concave theme here inside. You have the anglage, you have the wolf teeth, and you have the polished toothing inside. Now here you have a kind of ratchet wheel. If you wind, this is manual wound watch, and if you wind it in one direction, it winds. In the other, there is a click spring. Now, you could apply a click spring outside, very cheap to make, but instead of that, he chose this system here with that click spring, which is beautifully made, a double click spring, and he's talking a lot about how much effort he put into the feeling, the tactile experience that you have. That you have when you're winding up that watch. Corrado Galicia is asking, so they are machined, then hand finished. They are machined, yes. I'm not sure. I think he can do that wolf teething with a machine, and then they're hand finished and hand polished. Correct.
CB is also bringing up an interesting point. So while he thinks that like everything's beautiful, he's not sure about the functionality of all this, and it's a little unconventional to design it this way. Is there any improvement on functionality, or is this again just purely for art, which CB and I both agree is a very beautiful thing?
We have to ask our friend Bernhard Lederer, who could reply to that. As far as I know, that wolf teething is nothing new. They made it on pocket watches. My guess is they're not only not doing it anymore because it's so difficult to make. So I'm not sure if there is a functional disadvantage or not. I can't reply to that.
I wanna highlight Bugsy Malone's comments. So Bugsy Malone, for those that know, OG of the channel, he's been watching forever. There's no doubt, it's very obvious as he explains what we are looking at, just how impressive the work of this watchmaker is. But I guess I'm not really there yet because I'd rather have a Patek. So Bugsy, again, why we do some of these streams is, we try to bring a different perspective, that people, when a lot of people, they think, price, and then they're like, no, it's not worth it, right? Like, we want to show the audience why these watches are worth big money, what kind of effort and workmanship and craftsmanship goes into these pieces. Higgins, for yourself, I mean, I know that you kind of chime the same kind of reasoning on why you showcase watches of this caliber. For me, it's just it is also different from the norm of just Rolex. Higgins, I don't know if you want to comment on why you kind of show these pieces.
Yeah, we had the discussion before, and I said something. Of course, everything that I'm saying is brilliant. So I said many may regard me, and that is why I have double XL elitism in my avatar. Many people may regard me as being totally out of touch elitist because I fancy or I'm going crazy about those 100,000 Swiss francs watches or US dollars watches. And what I'm trying to explain is that if you look a little bit deeper and if you know how those things are done, manufactured, finished, I try to explain that this money goes somewhere and there is extra effort, and those are just cool watches. It is not that I enjoy having super expensive watches. It is just I love when people are putting extra effort and not the minimum work into something, and that is why I love those watches so much, particularly from the independents, because the big conglomerates would never do something like that because it just doesn't pay off, and it just makes sense on those small series. Simon Brett says starting from 2026 he's producing 48 watches per year.
All right, we got a few comments in the chat. Nice to see you, Artie. And we got Ryan Hoffray, $2 US. Shout out Madman. Did Madman get the Pepsi? I didn't follow what he got. I don't know what he got, if he did get anything, but shout out to Madman. Congratulations on whatever you got. Hey, Tan and Higgy, Merry Christmas. Well, Merry Christmas to you, my friend. Rhoda Mutation joining us from Switzerland, Higgins. He's saying it is a fair price. I let him know it was about 85,000 Swiss francs, and he feels it is a fair price for the Simon Flat at that point.
Look at the when he presented the first one, the price was 50,000 Swiss francs, and you can go back to the Swiss and John show when Swiss and I have been talking about this watch, and I said this is the deal of the century. This watch is too cheap, way too cheap, and he proved me correct. Now he had to correct the price for future editions. Yes, I know it is now a rose gold case and not a zirconium case. I know that the bridges are now rose gold and not brass, just like the first one. But he admits at the end of the year he has employed now 10 people, so he needs a larger margin because on the first watches he basically lost money.
We got a very nice super chat here from our good friend in Norway, Mr. Rick Foss, 20 Norwegian kroner, who says, "Hi, Higgy, Tan, punters in chat. Just got home." Well, Rick Foss, welcome. We are talking wristwatches. Higgins, I think we should get back to the movement and the beauty.
Rick, are you having snow? That is what I would like to know.
Oh, for sure. Norway, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure he is.
Here, Tab is making a comment very controversial. I have a love for independence, but I don't like what Remy Coles does. It looks too raw for me, too unfinished. The design is not my thing. It looks like the watchmaker did everything himself, including the design. Remy Coles, I'm not a big fan of him.
This is a good question from Paddock Chris. Higgy, best starter Lange 1 for a Paddock fanboy who wants to be treacherous.
Absolutely.
No, he's asking
Absolutely.
what you should get. He's asking.
Oh,
which one. Yeah.
my recommendation, Lange 1 Moonface. Usually I'm a purist, and I've been saying for years, Lange 1 is a pure concept. Keep it simple, don't use the Moonface. Then they updated the movement with a beautiful movement with that changing background, which in my opinion is a game changer and changed me into becoming a Lange 1 owner with a Moonface.
I would agree with him. Lange 1 Moonphase is the absolute best for me as well. So I would go with the Lange 1 Moonphase as well. But we could also go with the Grand Lange. I think the one that
No,
the platinum one. You don't think you'd like that one?
the Grand Lange, I don't like that big Moonface.
I don't mind it. I actually don't like the movement in that one because they use the older movement.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we got Surdy Danny. Higgy, my moon swatch has more complications.
Just get fucked here, Surdy Danny. He enjoys provoking me. Do you remember his questions always? Higgy, can you explain me why Lange is better than Patek? All the time, every day, I had those stupid questions, and now he's really pissing me off.
You're so triggered. So funny.
Ooh, yeah.
All right, why don't you continue there, Higgy?
Oh, actually, I made my case. So, yeah, the main thing that I wanted to explain is the concave theme, the level of finishing. By the way, another neat detail is here. You see that S-shaped spring, which is not a spring; it is a kind of lever. But the S stands for ciment, and that S-shaped spring is stopping the balance wheel when the watch is hacked.
All right, I'm gonna trouble you for one more piece of detail. So internal angles. People are reading all about this. What are internal angles? It's the same thing as inward angles. Where do you find them, and how can you identify high horology when you're looking for internal angles?
Yeah. So we are very often talking about anglage, which is basically that beveling here on the edges of those bridges. That is a sign of high horology. When I started in 1985, my mentor who taught me everything about watches, he told me so he told me about the Holy Trinity, and only the Holy Trinity had anglage on the movements. There was nothing better than the Holy Trinity. There was no Richamil, there was no Simon Brett, there was no Recepi, there was no Gröbel-Fosse, there was no Grönefeld, nothing. So it was Patek, Vacheron, and AP. Those were the top brands, and something that you could identify with that high quality was the anglage. So basically, the bridges and the cocks have that beveling. Back in the day, that was only straight. That was straight, and if you moved the movement to a certain degree, then all the angles, all the bevels started shining at one point instantly, and that was quite an experience. Now, back then, all watches had closed case backs, so only the watchmaker could see that. That degree of finishing. Now, okay, I made a tangent now.
No. There's so much talk about your fusee and chain watch. You gotta bring it up. We gotta explain to the crowd because look, you got Surdy Daniel saying, Higgy, does your Lange ball and chain movement work the same as an outdoor swing ball set? Or or Billy Jeans who's saying, Higgy baby, is your Lange still running 5+ minutes a day? Like, Higgins, you got to defend the fusee and chain. One of my favorite watches.
I don't need any. I have nothing to defend because there is no need to defend that. Either you get it or not.
I just love the fact that there's not a single complicated. Well, it's just not a complicated watch for over €100,000. I'm like, fuck. You could at least have gotten one complication. That's why Danny said his moon swatch has more complications.
By the books, it has no complications, and I live well with it. I can sleep well with it. Can I finish now with the Anglage?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, so just recently, in the last 10 years, people started machine finishing, so the anglage can be done by machining, and there was quite a scandal when somebody made some macro shots of a Patek Philippe movement where you could still see those machining marks. So I would say that many makers do those bevels, but many do them with a machine, with a little tool called a tourette, which is basically a little Dremel. I think, as far as I know, you can only have a flat angle that way. So the very high-end horology now started to have that anglage, that beveling in a rounded one. So it's not flat; it is now rounded. It's domed. And that is the beveled anglage, which is now a sign of the top high horology. And you can see here that beautiful anglage, which for sure is done by hand. You can see small irregularities here. So, okay, now we explained the anglage. Now, a sign of hand finish anglage are internal angles, and you can see here that sharp internal angle. You can't achieve that with a machine. You have to have a triangular tool to polish this angle to that perfection, just like you see here. So when we're talking about movement finishing, perlage is nice, but anglage with internal angle at the moment is the highest degree of movement finishing, and the more the better you have. So here, as an example, you have two internal angle, one here, and you can also see one here, and I think there is also one hidden there. Now, what makes this watch special is if you have a look at that little wheel that is below, that also has a beveling inside, a rounded beveling, which is done by hand. And here you can see the inward angle. So this has also internal angles inside of those toothed wheels at the spokes. And that is just a crazy level of horology that you only find in the very high end of Patek Philippe watches. Lange has anglage on my watch. Not sure if on every watch, but this is a degree of work that symbolizes today's high horology.
We got a lot of questions coming here for you, Higgy, but first you got to read this super chat because you have to read this one. So go.
Okay. Jefferson's Exotic. Higgy, you're the big cool guy. Yes, I am. I'm big and I'm cool.
All right, we got a few more questions. So Corrado Galizia is asking, can a Geneva seal movement have Dremel finishing?
I think theoretically, yes. It says nowhere that it has been has to be done by hand.
We've got Canuck Watch Collector who's saying 85K is a deal on that thing. I agree with you.
I agree with you. Yeah, it's still outstanding value. And look, when I zoom in and when I see those macro shots of those movements, I mean that's just outstanding, and it's a privilege. And it's just, this has been unthinkable 20 years ago that a small independent company, a startup, is doing a watch with this high degree of quality. It was just unthinkable. And thanks to all those hype people that discovered independent watchmaking, which is a recent thing. Independent watchmaking was the ugly duckling that nobody really was interested in. When Sven Andersen started as an independent watchmaker over 40 years ago, nobody really cared. But now they have the attention that they deserve.
Sorry, Danny's asking, what razor do you recommend for shaving a Submariner?
Dremel all day long.
Now, I know you hate this brand, so I also want to ask you this question. Patek Chris, Higgy, favorite Langenheine Friedrich?
Friedrich, as far as I know, is the square, and that tourbillon, that transparent tourbillon is outstanding.
CB is saying on Patek Philippe's that are over $400,000, He said Philippe Dufour opened that door for, and I agree with him. You know,
Yeah.
with that really deep anglage, I think CB's got it spot on there.
Yeah, and to say Simon Brett doesn't do the best beveled anglage. If you have a look at Recepi's Chronomètre Contemporain, the beveling is deeper and wider, and that is one of the reasons why I would prefer his watch over that.
So hopefully JD MTL is still listening, because we do have a bit of drama associated to this watch. I think you were going to refute a couple of watch YouTubers' claims about the Simon Brett. Am I totally off, or are we going to do a little bit of watch drama?
Oh, I was yesterday on OC's channel and I got a headache because it was only, the discussion was not about how beautiful that watch is and how cool those details are. Do you want to read the super chat?
Yeah, so Rodent Mutation, 5 Swiss francs. Thanks so much, Rodent Mutation. I don't know, for those that don't know Rodent Mutation, I'm just going to tell a real quick story. This was like 2 years ago at Watches and Wonders. Tim and OC were like Gonzo streaming, and they pulled up to Rodent Mutation, and they asked him, who's your favorite YouTuber? Do you watch? Who's your favorite YouTuber? He said Archie Luxury on their show, and I never forgot it, man. So shout out to Rodent Mutation, a big fan of the Archieverse. You might check out the independent watchmaker Herv Schluchter in a future stream. The watch is called Essential. I've never heard of this.
I heard of him, but I don't have the watch in front of me, so I have to research that. But thanks for the suggestion, and I will have a look.
JCB says the black dial on rose gold looks up. I actually like it too, JCB. A lot of the fans in the show were saying they preferred the original, which look, the original is beautiful too. But I do like the new one. So watch drama, Higgins. You were on OC's show yesterday. Fill us in.
Yeah, I was a little bit annoyed that the discussion was not about how cool that watch is and the level of watchmaking. The discussion was, okay, so he increases now the quantity of his output. So for sure the quality will go down. Will I ever be able to sell such a watch? I doubt that I could sell such a watch. So I have to activate an auction house, which is totally bullshit. If I'm listing a Simon Brett tomorrow on Chrono 24, I'm pretty sure it's gone before I'm going to bed. Now, another point was the down payment. I understand that people are hesitant in putting money down on small companies, but that is how they work. I said yesterday, you have to keep in mind he started with 12 watches, 50,000. That makes 600,000 in total. He has to have an office, a room. He has to buy cases. He has to buy all the parts. He has to pay the assembler. He has to have an assistant who answers the telephone calls, does the communication. He has to hire a photographer to make those amazing pictures, and so on and so on. So 600,000 Swiss francs for 12 watches. He cannot survive by that. So he has to increase the number. And of course, he has the choice getting investors on board or getting prepaid to have some money to produce those watches. It's that simple.
Are you willing to do this little Christmas thing for Hans Nies and Toast? Can we have a Hans Gruber? Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker!
You know that old meme. It's not Christmas until Hans Gruber is falling down from the Yakatomi Plaza.
Oh man, that's too funny. Too funny. Okay, so I heard Tim Wright was saying a few things about Simon Brett. I thought he's talking about it today.
No. Tim didn't say. Tim is covering it
today. That's what I thought, right?
Yes.
So yeah, because we were talking about it earlier.
Yesterday he was just talking a shit about Purnell and the Roman shaft.
Fill us in on the Purnell. Come on, fill us a little bit in on the Purnell. We've got a bit of drama here.
Tim has no idea, and he researched it. Tim has no idea that Cecile, is it Cecile?
Yeah, Cecile Purnell.
Cecile Purnell is an old company that is defunct. They apparently are sitting on old stock that they are selling now for 20 cents for the dollar. And there is a new company which is called Purnell that has nothing to do with the previous company. So it's not a renaming, just like he said, oh, IWC renamed from International Watch Company. No. This is a different company. They bought the name Purnell. And that's it. and it's an existing company. They have an existing production. They are not sitting on old stock, so they are not selling their products for 20 cents for the dollar. That is what Tim Wright doesn't understand in his personal beef with gray marketeers who are greedy and always shady, in his opinion. I have a hard time to defend gray marketeers sometimes, but he just doesn't get it, and he can't let it go. His paranoia that he feels for the gray marketeers.
Okay. Let me circle back to Simon Brett and kind of the comments you were saying that kind of upset you. So I understand, servicing I would get, right? Like if somebody's buying this watch and they do want to keep it, right? The concern about, okay, well, these are beautiful pieces and they're being made and great value for money. There's a lot of people in the chat who said, but then, if you want to keep this for 10, 20 years, the question does come up that like, okay, well, where would you get it serviced? Is Simon Brett going to be there? I don't think that that's so far fetched to ask, right? Like
I would have that worry, for example, for Remy Coles. So Remy Coles made a handful of watches so far, and we don't know where it's going. When you have a look at Simon Brett's watch, when you know where he's coming from, he was a product manager and coordinator for Max Büsser and Friends. When you see this product, you will see that this company has a bright future. Simon Brett is super young, and so he has many years ahead. So I think the risk of having that issue with Simon Brett is much lower than if you buy a Philippe Dufour.
When we talked about this earlier, I think it was Patrick Chris who said the Reshepy comment earlier. But for me, what really came up was kind of the difference between Reshepy and Simon Brett, in that Simon Brett may not have designed the movement or designed the entire watch, even though maybe his idea of assembling it from different parts and keeping those parts and finishing that he wanted for a look is fundamentally different than Reshepy, who maybe have designed the movement, did all the finishing, at least in the prototypes itself, and then manufactured it on its own. Do you feel that that's a contributing factor of leaning towards traditional, quote unquote, independent watchmakers versus?
So first of all, your audio is shite. I think somebody tried to call you. To reply to your question, it's yes and no. It's true. Reshepy has a couple of watchmakers sitting down who are making a lot in-house, and he even makes his own cases. We all know that. So this is a different level of integration, and it's a good feeling to have. Now with Simon Brett, he has a different approach. He is an engineer. He knows a lot of people that are unknown, very small. And I think this unconventional approach to a watch, just like the Simon Brett that we're seeing here, is only possible when you think outside of the box. And that is what Simon Brett basically does. He's pushing his suppliers, his friends, to new heights that he's not able to do, and probably Reshepy is not able to do, or he doesn't want it to do. So I think this approach to watchmaking has positive sides and negatives.
Is the audio a little bit better now?
Yeah, no, it's
okay.
good.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. People are asking if I'm French. I'm not French Canadian. I speak French, but definitely not French Canadian. Shout out to producer Mark. Greetings from a very cold Chicago.
Yeah, and this is a very nasty comment, Whole Milk. You go in the bad corner now for that comment. When you're Higgy's age, you don't need to worry about future servicing, which is kind of true.
Yeah, look, I mean, I get your point on a few of these areas, right? I think that that was the point I was going to pull up here, was the piggybacking off Federico with no research. Like, that's typical Tim Wright, man. Like, I'm not surprised, and yeah, just when you told me about this, I was like, look, man, I'm not surprised. This guy fucking does this all the time, so yeah.
Yeah. No, he made some good points. For example, those charts, how much profit or how much certain watches increased in value over the years, and now he's blanking out 2023 and 2024. all valid points, but the problem is this obsession with his idea is fogging his mind, and this has nothing to do with journalism. People were yesterday applauding him for journalism, and I was laughing my ass off because he didn't even get the facts straight about Cecile Purnell and the new Purnell watch. So how can he be a journalist without even knowing the basics? Okay.
Tap's asking, what does Higgy think about Raoul Pagache?
Raoul Pagache, fantastic watch, fantastic design. Really like what he's doing. I'm looking forward to what he does next. Is he able to do something similar cool, just like that detent escapement, which I totally love. I also like the regulator dial out layout. I like the way he does the cases, and I like that collaboration that he did with Anita Porcher. So, but I'm waiting for the next big thing, and I'm hearing his detent is not perfect, so it has a tendency to stop. So, yeah.
We got CB who's signing off for the night. Just want to say good night to CB. Higgins, I know it's getting late for you, so if this is also a good time for you as well, let me know, or if you want to stay on.
Give me 10 minutes because I would like to highlight the difference between the first edition and this black dial now, sure. And then I'm fiking off.
Okay, Phoenician Cedar had a question for you. Tan and Higgy, what are your thoughts on foudroyant on a mechanical watch?
I'm always worried that this will add wear and tear, which is not really controllable. But it looks nice.
There you go.
Do you know what foudroyant is?
I have no idea what foudroyant is. That's why I'm like, there you go.
It's a fast spinning hand, which is faster than a second hand. So you have those chronographs that have that fast spinning.
Like, doesn't FP Journe do one of those, like the centigraph?
Yeah, FP Journe does it. Jacques Lecoultre on that. What is the name here? The duometre does it, right. And there is a foudroyant, for example, at the Breguet 10 Hertz watch. So yeah, that's
the only time I'd ever remember that was off the FP Journe. So yeah.
Okay, so we are looking here at the old Simon Brett, the first one with zirconium case. Now that I see the black one, you can see a little bit of the flaws. So, for example, here that area underneath those wheels is pretty rough, and I think with the black dial he made that better. He was able to improve that. I'm just showing you that area now on the new dial. I think that is more sophisticated. Looks even better. Does that make sense?
I still think people are going to be sold on the first one, man. I think this one's it's a tough sell for everybody right now.
Yeah, the first one is beautiful. Now another thing that you could see on the first one is he had a brass movement. Now he has the rose gold bridges, and I think that is a little bit more harmonic here with the rose gold bridges.
Rich Mitch, 2 British pounds. Is Glasuta Original a good brand? I would say yes. Higgins may disagree.
No. I totally disagree. I totally agree. Glasuta Original makes amazing watches. I was kidding the other day by saying basically all the watches that fail the QC at Lange, they end up in the garbage, and Glasuta Original then pick up the garbage and make watches out of that, which is of course is totally untrue. No, Glasuta Original makes cool watches. Sometimes they're a little bit too similar to Lange, which is my beef. But the quality for price is outstanding, even probably better than Lange themselves. And on the secondary, you're in for amazing deals.
Very cool.
Yeah, so Simon Brett improved here the hands a little bit as well. They are broader, and I think the minute hand is a little bit longer. I think the main improvement here are those fields. Why aren't you telling me that you can't see it? So he improved here the hands. They're a little bit broader and better readable. My main improvement are those blacked out fields that looked a little bit more refined than on the first one that you see here.
Yeah, actually, you can see a lot of interior angles on the dial the dial side as well if you zoomed in. Right on the wheels, you can see exactly right there. You can see
Yeah,
those
that's
as well.
a little bit rough, but I like that shot because you can see so much. So you can see here the polished flanks of the toothing. You can see here the anglage. You can see the spokes. You can see the beveling. And one thing that I also wanted to share with you is the case shape. Where do I have the case shape from the top?
While we get into that,
Yeah.
Corrado Galizia, $2. If you had to guess, how many man hours are in this?
I think we are talking about hundreds.
And I think that's where people are starting to see a bit of value in 85,000 Swiss francs coming from this watch.
So if you have a look at those angles here, that anglage is also concave. So usually it is an anglage, but Simon Brett makes that anglage here concave. Not sure about the bezel. I've seen drawings of the bezel which appears to be domed, but I'm reading somewhere that that this is also concave. Now, if we go to the Simon Brett main page, I just wanted to show you one thing that will fill your heart with joy, Tan, because we have an ongoing discussion here about black polishing.
Mm-hmm.
And 1 second, let me. Okay, discover here. Beautiful webpage, by the way, simonbrett.com.
Got a super chat from a man with an actual Porsche reference in his name, RMD 9925 Canadian dollars. If you could have one, which would you pick? 116520 Daytona, 6119G Calitrava, 1815 up down. The latter two are simplistic but pricey because they are in gold. I'll let you start, Higgy. What would you take?
Well,
only one. Only one.
No question about that.
The 6119, right?
No, of course not.
Of course not. So Higgins is going to have 1815 Lange up down, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And for me, RMD, I'm going to go Patek Philippe 6119 white gold all day long. So you can't go wrong with either of the two, but we both do not think that Daytoners are high horology.
Yeah. So here we have the movement and decoration. I apologize. I can't zoom in. Can I zoom in? Oh, I can zoom in here. So what he says here is block polished elements. Not sure if that is a typo or if that's a new technique. So he's talking about block polished steel elements. I think he wants to say black polish because he's very careful with his wording. He says, for example, mirror polished concave screw heads.
Can you switch it to French? And then zoom in. I just want to see what that translates to in French.
French? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because if it says like polyspeculaire, that's polishing.
Where? Okay, English, French.
Yeah, I'm sure it's say French. If it says polyspeculaire, that's black polishing. And if it actually says bloc, like bloc would be block.
Yeah, découvrir.
Découvrir.
Specification. Looking for the pictures are amazing. Okay,
Yeah,
decoration here. Bloqué.
I can't see it. Like, can you zoom in a little bit for me?
Acier polybloqué, it says.
Okay, that's definitely not black polishing.
No.
So I think
he's very careful. He's very careful choosing mirror polishing when he's talking about mirror polished parts. So I think I even had a small conversation about black polishing because I had a personal conversation with him and I asked him, look, as far as I know, black polishing is only on flat surfaces, and many people call your screw heads black polished, and he was kind of dodging the topic, but probably that gave him a lot of attention to the topic.
All right.
So can I go?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you hopping on, man. An hour with the Higgy baby late in the evening in Germany, man. Thank you so much for joining me.
I'm going to bed. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for hosting those shows, Tan.
Yes,
I really
sir.
appreciate them.
I'm
And
going to keep it going, guys. We're going to say bye to Higgy. Thank you so
talk to.
much.
I'm not hitting end stream now. Okay.
No, just leave. Just leave. Don't
Okay.
hit end stream.
Bye. Bye.
All right, see you. Good question, RMD992. So Archie, actually today's Archie's day off. He was going to take yesterday off, and he decided to take today off. Now, he did send me a message, and he said, "Hey, like I may be able to hop on for an hour." So I sent him a message saying, "Hey, look, I'm gonna do at least 2 hours for you for the crowd here because look, we don't want to not have some watch talk or a little bit of a hangout here, while Archie's away." And Archie may hop on in about an hour. So I'm not sure. I haven't heard back from him, but I said, look, I'm going to do 2 hours at a minimum. And if he's going to hop on, he'll probably hop on in about an hour. All right. So I do have a poll going here in the chat. Let me share the poll for everybody. So we have, why do you collect watches? So 27% say they collect for the flex, right? Collect for the flex. Only 4% saying they invest. Now this must be, this must be the trolls right there in the 4% saying they would invest. And then obviously the majority of us are all into obsolete things, right? So we're in it for the love of watches. We're in it for the love of obsoleteness. And I think that Paddock Chris says I only watch Archie for railfield content, right? Like that was some of his most epic content from back in the day. But the reason I put this poll up is, even to take what Higgins had just described, right? What really, I think maybe angered him about his appearance on the OC show yesterday was like, he mentioned, well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to resell this watch. And often I see, this question come up about like, it's almost the first thing people think about when they talk about, looking at a new watch. Dip Cup, good morning. Fatso should be on in about an hour. I have no idea, where he is. Now, if you're meeting Fat Lux, yeah, Lux, who the fuck knows? But, when we talk about, when you say, hey, is this a good watch? And people say, well, they base it on can they resell it or not? I really start to question, like, what is the purpose that you're buying these things, right? Like, if the first thing, like these are supposed to be luxury goods, right? They're not meant to be investments. They weren't created for that purpose. They're luxury goods. So essentially, if you're talking about luxury goods, like when you talk about, well, the first thing that comes to mind is, can I sell it? To me, it's, are you really buying it for the right reasons? And if it really kind of consumes people as they're buying pieces around, I won't buy this or I won't buy that because I can't resell it. Now, from my experience, and that's why I pulled up this Calatrava. Calatravas, Archie says, well, they're hard to resell. They're hard to resell. And yeah, they're probably harder to resell than a, run of the mill Submariner. Absolutely. Right. For multiple reasons. I think one of the last super chats talked about, the Daytona versus the Calatrava versus the Lange 1815. And talking about how those the last two are in precious metal, probably have a smaller amount of buyers in that market, for a couple of reasons. Either, dress watches is not a popular, or those watches from a price perspective, really, you get into an area where there's not a lot of buyers above 50 grand kind of a thing. So, when I see people saying, well, I'm not going to buy this watch because I won't be able to resell it, I just it really I don't think that's really the best approach, into watch collecting. And I think a lot of us see this, right? And really we all, as much as we try to think we don't think that way and we're into watches for the love of watches, that question does come up. And I've tried to, over my years, having moved away from kind of the hype stuff into more obscure stuff or stuff that I dig, for me, when I look at that, I just, I completely try to avoid that discussion, right? The last kind of two of the three last watches that I bought were the World Time 5230 and the Perpetual Calendar 5320. And both watches not hyped, have sunk in value or lost money since I purchased them. And for me, I haven't had a care in the world about that because, I bought those watches not thinking in my mind that, how much am I going to lose, but thinking in my mind, even if I lost all the monies, if this watch depreciated to zero, I would still be content because for me, I bought this for a different reason. I bought these, World Time, for example, that watch, and I'll pull up a World Time here for you guys. Um, for me, I never really understood World Times. I always thought, why the fuck would you buy a watch that really isn't functional? But when I started talking to people like Archie and Higgins and other people that have World Times, they said, look, if you're looking at a World Time for the purpose of functionality and the complication, you're missing the point, right? The World Time, what it does, and when I bought one, I actually finally realized that it wasn't about having the most accurate time zone indicators all across the world. It was more about what did that what is the emotion that this watch evokes from the person viewing it, and viewing that dial, and they'll all have different emotional responses, right? Like I have friends in multiple cities across the world that are on the dial of my World Time, and if I'm thinking of Sydney, right? Guys like JD could come to mind. Like, what's JD doing? Where's he gonzoing around? Or cities like London, right? And all of our friends like Muhammad Ali in London. Like, what cigars he smoking tonight? Or Tokyo. Like, what kind of fuckery is Marcelo up to today, right? Like, that's what the World Time's about. It's about really I would say it's about evoking an emotional connection from travel, right? Your memories from traveling to these places, or the friends you have in these places. That is really the beauty of the World Time. So it has nothing to do with functionality, guys. And a lot of people will approach this watch and say, "Fuck, that's the dog of the range. Why the hell would I buy that watch that's going to sink from retail?" Now, obviously, this one isn't the dog because this is the Cloisonné enamel dial, but I mean, you could say that mine is, or Archie's is, and Muhammad Ali. Well, I'm glad you're still up, man. I know it's like 11 o'clock in the UK right now. I'm smoking an Upman cigar tonight. Well, cheers, Muhammad Ali. But that is true, Muhammad. Like, when I wear that watch, like I just like to have a quick glance at the dial and think what do those cities mean to me, and kind of the emotion that it evokes from there. And I really think that that's what's powerful about this watch. So if I approach this with the perspective of like, well, will I be able to save money, or I can't take a 10K hit, like I really start questioning, like, why would I would lose so much value that I get out of this watch, from what it actually evokes, from looking at it, and the emotion it evokes, that like 10 grand cannot do that for me, right? And therefore I try not to buy pieces anymore, thinking about like, well, what's the resale going to be? I'm of the mentality, if you got to worry about that when it comes to luxury goods, you can't afford the luxury goods, straight up, right? That's just what it is. These are luxury goods. They're not meant to hold value. You're meant to literally dispose of them, or really not worry about the fact that like they will likely sink, right? That is kind of the norm around most luxury goods. But where we come, when a lot of people start collecting in a time where there's a lot of abnormality happening. Think of people that started collecting between 2020 and 2022, right? Like the abnormality of that kind of a market, can frustrate people right now, where they're like, shit, everything is going down. Like, what the hell, man? Like, I bought this at the high, and it's, dude, if you bought that watch for the right reason, if you're Mike the Snake and you bought that Rolex Submariner at the peak of the market, for me, it's like, dude, like, what does it matter? Like, okay, you lost 10 grand, whatever, man. Like, you're wearing the watch that you wanted. And for me, that is what's most important about this. We got Surdy Danny 10. Do you ever look at it and think, I wonder what Surdy Danny is stealing in Essex now? Now, look, if I had Essex on the dial, Danny, 1000%. London, I try to think of obviously friends that live in London. Obviously, Muhammad Ali is a good friend of mine, lives in London. But yeah, man, look, time zone, it does, like, again, same thing about the time zone, right? London doesn't necessarily mean the city of London, right? It could be everybody in the UK that I'm friends with. But yeah, honestly, Danny, I'd probably be looking at one of like the maybe Karachi, and thinking what kind of Pakistani food is Danny eating tonight. Corrado Galizia, if you bought at the high and you're trading into different watches, you're not really getting hurt because you're paying less than you would have as well. Yeah, look, it's a fair point, right? Like, look, some people are into this hobby, and look, a lot of us have stretched ourselves when it comes to buying watches, right? Like, stretched way too far. And look, no, I'll tell you that, like, nobody thinks that, like, spending 10 grand is any kind of a nominal amount of money, right? That is definitely a lot of money for everybody. Um, but I think that's the point I'm trying to say, Corrado, is like, you know, back to the poll that I put up, you know, why do you collect watches, right? And look, I actually believe that 27% probably do it for the flex, right? Like, you know, I would say that a lot of us are probably lying to ourselves if we didn't click the flex, right? Now I didn't click flex. I clicked. I'm into obsolete things, but I truly believe a larger percentage than 27% of us probably have bought watches for, you know, the flex or for status symbols or whatever it may be. Invest. Look, maybe it's that low. I don't know. Maybe we don't have a lot of you know, crypto bros around here, but maybe, right, that only that amount, you know, invest. But again, I buy it because I'm into obsolete things. These watches, you know, functionality wise, aren't really very functional, you could say, in that sense, compared to many other tools that we have. Danny says any hobbies cost money, and it's never about the money. It's about the enjoyment, and that's what a hobby is. Yeah, man. Like, it's not about, you know, I want to make, and people say, well, look, Tan, if you compare my portfolio, and this is how much gone up, you know, my watches and my spreadsheets are saying XYZ, and my watches have gone up XYZ. I'm like, yeah, but like, if you're just buying watches that are, you know, blue chip watches, you could call it, um, how much of like, really, you could probably count on your hands what those watches are, right? Maybe there's like 2 dozen of them at max, right? Like maybe two hands, you know, or, you know, a couple of hands to figure out how many, you know, watches they are. But like, if you're only talking about 24 real hype watches, like, there's a lot more to watch collecting than that. You would miss all of the great Stella dials that came out in day dates, or, you know, the Starburst dial like Serdi Danny has in the date just, right? Or the Orient Bambino Kata Berg that Wash Nicholas has from his Chopek, right? Or, you know, you'd miss out on just, you know, how perfect the guy's champagne dial, you know, date is, like, because they're not hype watches. They're not, you know, they don't fit that mold of the 2 dozen hype watches that everybody just kind of fawns over. And yeah, for me, it's look, if your worry is I won't be able to sell this watch in the future, yeah, then the watch realistically hasn't shown itself, and you don't see a lot of value in that watch, right? Like, it doesn't mean more to you than really what the loss could be. And that's a really shitty way of looking at this hobby. Or if you're somebody who really loves watches, right? Look at the guy who was on before, you know, with me. The amount of detail that Higgins goes into, you know, just to nerd out on little things that, you know, honestly, most people would overlook when they look at that watch. They'll look at the case back and say, yeah, beautiful movement. I sold my chap back. Did you take a loss on that? Like, you know, or are you okay? Because yeah, I called Nick's Chopek a Orient Bambino like knockoff, and he claimed he could never unsee that from his watch. So yeah, look, like, if you're just, to me, it's just the wrong way of looking at it, and that's why I use that, you know, that example of the world time. I just looked at it and I said, you know, for me, it's just not, you know, it's just not about, you know, is not about money. It's about the passion, right? Is what it's about. So yeah, for me, just not a not really one that I will get behind on that. Now, we do have a, you know, a pretty cool piece that our boy Serdi Danny got yesterday. He sent me the photo when he picked it up. His Starburst, as Archie calls it. Now, I'm just going to call it the Starburst Date Just. And you know, beautiful 36 mil diamond dial, obviously factory. Danny said he got it full kit, everything, full kit and caboodle. And you know, Danny asked me, you know, does every man need a date just? And I thought this was a great topic to talk about, because for me, I actually believe that. I actually believe, as crazy as it sounds, I do believe that everybody should probably have a date just. Because for me, I think that if we went down to the most versatile Rolex watch, I wouldn't say it's a Submariner. You know, I wouldn't say it's a Submariner, and I wouldn't say it's the Day-Date. I would say, I mean, the three most recognizable Rolex watches are the Day-Date, the Date Just, and the Submariner. And if you were to say which is the most versatile of the three, I would go Date Just all day long. You know, and that's why when Archie used to say. Now Archie doesn't say this anymore, but I think I'm probably gonna spruik a bit of the Kool-Aid here for the idea of the date just is I do believe every man should have a date just, and I think that's still very relevant to today. I think it's probably one, like I said, one of the most versatile watches. I think, if you were to ask me, Tan, what is the Rolex icon? I would say it's the fucking date just. I would not say the Submariner, because I think for us watch collectors and watch nerds, yeah, the subby is the one, right? Everybody loves steel sports. I get it. But the date just is probably just as popular, if not more popular, in the general population of non-watch collectors. That when people think Rolex, when you watch them on the tennis, the tennis tournaments or Formula One or anywhere else, like Rolex's symbol, their trademark is the fluted bezel, right? It's always the fluted bezel. So realistically, they don't really promote the subby as their flagship. They promote the fluted bezel, which either signifies the date just or the day date, or could be the Sky Dweller today. But I'm going to go with the traditional date just day date, narrative. And yeah, for me, I would always say that this is really the icon of Rolex. It's not the Submariner. Rich Mitch, 2 British pounds. Thanks so much, Rich. I'm on the waiting list for a date just 36, my last watch. So Rich Mitch has a vintage Cartier Santos. He's got an Explorer 40 and a date just. Honestly, that actually would work. Because you have your vintage watch. I would say. I would say your vintage Santos, honestly, still for me, Rich Mitch, is a special occasion watch. It would be a watch I'd probably wear. I get it. Like, a Santos is not a dressier watch, but I would probably wear that Santos, more on special occasions, given its vintage. Um, I would say your Explorer 40 is your sports watch. That's your weekend watch. That's your fun watch. That's the watch you're gonna have a lot of good times with. And then, like, I'd use your date just as honestly your daily driver, right? That's your everyday watch, whether you're going out to Tesco, or you're going to the pub, or you're going to the football match, or whatever it may be, right? Like, I think that the date just like, you can even see Danny's here, right? Like, even though, yeah, look, he's got factory diamonds. It's a bit spruced up. Really nice piece, but honestly, like, Danny could wear this with a dress shirt and it would look really nice. Danny's obviously, chilling around casual right now. He's got a jacket over top, and I think that this one looks, and works really well. And this is why I say every man, or I agree with the saying that every man, needs a date just or should have a date just. And I think that it's just a watch that does not get any not even a lot of appreciation, any appreciation. Because think about it, in YouTube, like, everyone's been sucking the balls of the Oyster Perpetual. Oh, I need the Tiffany dial. I need the this dial. I need the Tiffany dial. It's like, fuck, man. Like, Oyster Perpetual. Like, are you fucking kidding me? I never was a fan of the Oyster Perpetual. I fucking, I don't know. I don't see it, but, like, I mean, the date just, guys, come on. You got a complication. You got a watch that has, very, very strong heritage. Yeah, like, it's just, it is a much, much better piece than people give it credit for. Where is Archie, Big Tony? So Archie, for those that don't remember, Archie is trying to take one day off a week. He was supposed to actually take it yesterday, but it was, he ended up taking it today. But he did tell me, Big Tony, that he is going to, he may do an hour. I sent him a message, hey man, look, I'm gonna be live streaming. I'll do at least 2 hours, so I've got about another 40 minutes on my side. And then I asked him, hey, would you like to hop on and maybe do it, for the last hour to make it to 3? We'll see, Big Tony. I'm not sure if he's going to be here or not. If not, we still got about 40 minutes here. So, Danny, on that flex. Yeah, man, like, I think that on all levels, why this watch is great. You see from everywhere, from obviously just the two-tone really works well, I'd say. Gradient red dial, beautiful, factory diamonds. You've got, a piece that's, honestly doesn't look small on Danny at all. Like, it's kind of the illusion I always say that the date just gives because of the Jubilee bracelet. I think that really makes it for the date just. That's why just like on the date 8, which is probably more amplified with the president bracelet. I think that the date just Jubilee bracelet, will make that watch, look at least optically a little bit bigger than it is. Doesn't always look very small. And in this photo, it doesn't look small at all for Danny. So for me, Danny, I think this is a home run. I really do. I really do think that the date just gets a big disservice around the tubes. And yeah, I'm really happy that you went, kind of kind of against what everybody else buys, and just got the piece you like, because that's the way to do it, man. It's not about, it ain't always about, the flex. 27% of our viewers, 116 votes, saying, they buy for the flex. I don't know. I don't know if Danny bought that watch for the flex. I definitely don't think Danny bought that watch to invest. I do believe that Danny bought that watch because he's into obsolete things. Corrado, let's see. The Datejust would be a great as a 40, like the date. Yeah, this is an interesting point, Corrado. I actually own a Datejust too, and I don't mind the proportions of the Datejust too. I know a lot of people dislike the proportions of the Datejust too, but for me, I thought they were just fine. So I don't know. Making it smaller, maybe. I definitely could see it probably being better proportion at 40, but yeah, I think I think we're splitting hairs at that point, Corrado, just with millimeter changes like that. Ken Fresno, start some Breguet talk, and yeah, that's the thing, Ken Fresno. I may not want to start breaks to talk with Archie, but look, I can pull up some Breguets for you guys, show you guys what I like on Breguet's website, because honestly, I don't really mind. I don't really mind Breguets. There's certain Breguets I'm not into, and there's certain Breguets that I do like. I'll start here on the Classique collection with Breguet. And look, obviously, some of their very, very simple dress watches I really do like. Obviously, being Breguet, they got Pum or Breguet hands. You've got a very cool way of doing Breguet numerals. Very, very simple piece. And generally, they do these. I think this is an enamel dial. Let me just. Obviously, it's a minute repeater, so probably is an enamel dial. But yeah, very, 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 very beautiful, simple pieces, right? So obviously, you can see the minute repeater, little actuator right here on the left. But the classic lineup has generally simplistic, simplistic pieces from the brand, which I think is really where when I think of Breguet, it's stuff like this, right? It's watches like this where, beautiful tourbillon, on the piece, but just very simple watch, right? Like I've always looked at Breguet that way. Now, what I don't like about Breguet is like watches like this fit really flat on the wrist. I was able to try one on. They brought over an enamel dial, an enamel blue dial, Breguet for me when I was at the booth at Watch Time New York, and really, really beautiful piece. However, it just fits so flat on the wrist with those straight lugs. I just can't do it. It just, for me, it just didn't work. So obviously their Classique lineup is a beautiful lineup. Looking at their Marine, and a lot of folks I know are fans of the Marine. Let me just go by watches, and let's go to the Marine section. In the Marine section, obviously there's sport watches, they're dive watches, you call it, or sportier watches. When people ask me like what Marine, I think is this the Hormundi? Yes, the Hormundi. Again, not everybody's cup of tea from a stack. Look, I would say that Marines are very polarizing in terms of whether people like Marines or not. There's some people who absolutely love these watches, and there's some people who absolutely hate these watches. I'm unfortunately erring on the side of I don't like these watches. To me, Breguet, like if I'm looking for a dive watch or I'm looking for a sport watch, like I mean, like really, like this isn't even like, what are they even like? I don't know. Like, are they even trying? Like, guys, are they even trying here? Like, fuck, are they even trying? I don't know. But for me, it's just, it is not, it is not, it is not something that I would say folks should be into. But hey, everybody, JCB, like, look, a lot of people like these Marines. Like, I know Don Haynes loves them, right? I just can't see it, man. I can't see. I'm like, I look at this and I'm like, are they even trying? Like, I don't know. But look, I mean, look, Marines do have, they do have their fan base, and for me, again, from a Breguet lineup, not what I think is typical Breguet. Looking into the Type 20 now, I think this is a better done sports watch for Breguet. I would say this is kind of acceptable to me from Breguet as a sports watch. It's nothing crazy. Obviously, Archie's favorite here, Type 20, rose gold blue dial. Beautiful piece. I saw this piece. Now, this part pisses Archie off, the date between the 4 and the 5. I get it. But, a very, very nice looking piece. And I think look, I know that Paddock Chris is going to disagree with me in the chat. Him and I were kind of going back and forth about it on Tim Mosso's show. Look, I don't mind the Type 20. It's just, different strokes for different folks, I would say, with Breguet. It's, you got to really, Archie tries to spruik the whole history of it, which, I mean, there is no history to this brand. This brand was 100% a Phoenix brand. And it is not the same Breguet that, existed. They have the watchmaker's name, but it's not the same company. So when Archie tries to talk about, well, you got to get a Breguet because, Breguet invented the fucking tourbillon. Yeah, another guy in another company invented the tourbillon. So, let's not, let's not get twisted here in terms of like why people should get Breguet. There's no history in this brand as far as I'm concerned. However, do I think they make great watches? Yeah, absolutely. I think that the tradition watches are great. The classique watches are great. Don't mind some of these Type 20s. I think these are all right. Yeah, that fucking date window. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the way Archie's trying to pitch it, right? Like, he's trying to pitch it like, wow, hey, it's the Breguet that that was given to royalty in Paris and all this jazz. And I'm like, man, like, it's like fucking ancient alien theory, ancient alien history, man. I don't fucking know. Blue Breguet, wonderful looking watch, but way too overpriced. Now, that's just an important point, Big Tony. Is I would agree with you on this. I think if you are interested in this watch, you definitely buy this on the secondary market. Let someone else take the depreciation hit. But yeah, not a wild discount, dude. Very nice watch. I saw it in person. I was really impressed. Rick Foss, 50 Norwegian kroner. Thank you so much, Rick Foss. Best one and done. Driving home for Christmas, stuck in the snow watch. Ooh, that is a good question. So I'm driving home for Christmas. I'm stuck in the snow, right? So I'm gonna. I'm gonna tell you what it means to me, Rick Foss, and it's a pretty simple answer. You heard how much I was talking about the world time for me. If I was stuck in the snow and I'm far from home and I'm on my way home to see my family, right? Like I want to be thinking of my loved ones, and that watch would evoke that kind of one and done for me, that emotion. So I would say that the answer for this question, Rick Foss, is a watch that has that kind of emotional connection for you, right? Like, and it doesn't have to be about cities, right? Like if it's, you got this Submariner that was handed down from you, from your father, that you saw him wearing that every single day, of your life, that could be, the best one and done, driving home for Christmas stuck in the snow type watch, right? To me, it's the watch that evokes the most emotion. And we all have a watch like this, I think, in our collections. And I'm sure if you guys thought about it, it would be pretty straightforward for you guys to pick up. Caliber YQG says, love Breguet, but mostly the dress watches and watches like the Marine and the Tradition Type 20s are not my favorite. Yeah, it's polarizing, right? Not everybody's a Type 20 fan. But, that is neither here nor there. Why did Breguet stop making gold rotors? Did they stop making gold rotors, or are they doing those kind of bi-color rotors? Let's have a look. Let's look at their tradition. Well, some of these won't have rotors, but let us look maybe at some of their automatic pieces if I can find any. Watch finder. Let's have a look. See how this looks here. Not to slow the show down, Tap. I will probably circle back on that one because I got to find one that actually shows a case back and when that would have changed. Mr. GMT, $2 Australian. Thank you, Mr. Sexy, who says, thanks for doing the show, my sexy brother 10. You're welcome, man. You're welcome. I was watching a replay of a dungeon that was on from like 2-3 years ago. And Mr. GMT hopped on and he was showing his Hoyer. And I was like, man, was GMT wearing his Monaco? Because that Monaco, I was like, man, that watch doesn't look square. And you end up saying it's an Octavia on the show. And I was like, man, I don't even remember him with that watch, but it looked good on the wrist. I was like, fuck that. Those chronographs look good on old Mr. Sexy's wrist. So shout out to Mr. GMT. Yeah, look, Rick Foss, I don't believe in dead air, Rick Foss. I don't believe in dead air. I'm like, look, man, I can hop onto a show for people. And we've got 80 people watching. I appreciate everybody listening to me dribble on about watches. Obviously, talking to people in the chat. We've had 11 super chats so far. Those are greatly appreciated. They keep Archie, they keep the lights on for the Archie Luxury channel. But, any questions in the chat, any topics on watches you guys want to talk about, I will go, down the rabbit hole for you guys because, yeah, I mean, to me, I think this is also quite important for us is, giving back to the viewers, answering questions for people for free, and really keeping that watch talk alive in this channel. This channel did start as a watch talk channel. And for me, the three pillars are the most important. You need to have that balance between watch talk, a bit of comedy, and a bit of drama. But yeah, for me, guys, Breguet, I mean, I'm more looking into the tradition. I kind of agree with Archie. I actually like the watch that he picked up. You know, the tradition that he picked up. But for me, the tradition is definitely quintessential Breguet. Very, very nice pieces. Yeah, I really can't. I really can't fault the brand for making watches like this. Very, very beautiful pieces. Yeah, just I really. This to me is Breguet. It's not Type 20. It's not the Marine. It's none of the sport watches. It's really these yeah, retrograde date, beautiful. You know, like it's and you know honestly, Caliber YQG retrograde date is not really even that popular. Like Moser Moser did a retrograde. What was that? I think it was the Pioneer retrograde. Let me find this for you. Um, they did a Pioneer retrograde date like right around watch time, New York. Yeah, October 2nd here. I'll put up the whole Hodinky article. Um, So this is the Moser Pioneer retrograde date. A very, very, I don't know. Like I know what they're doing here. They're trying to be very minimalist in terms of it, and when it does kind of and by the way, it clicks like I think it does like 2 clicks or something like that because there's this like kind of ratchet here at the bottom um, when it kind of gets to its limit and then it changes date and what have you. But you know, retrograde dates. It was very interesting for Moser to come out with this because I talked to them and I'm like, it's a very unusual. It was a very unusual complication to add to a watch because honestly, I don't think retrograde dates are that popular. But you know, they chose to do it. I don't think this watch got a lot of fan favor. I even kind of questioned. I said, guys, like, why did you even pick the Pioneer? Like, you got the Streamliner. Like, if anything, you're gonna put this in the Streamliner. You're not gonna put this in the Pioneer, which I think is really a sport watch that they probably will sunset. You know, very very soon. We got a super sticker from Bezels, who says, well, can't see what he says because I can't see it at all, but super sticker for $2. Thank you so much, Bezels. JCB, $2 Australian. 10. Give us your top 3 or whatever releases of 2024. Sure, man. For you, I will do so. Top 3. Okay, so let's go. First of all, Cartier Tortue Mono Pusher, Mono Poussoir, Mono Pusher chronograph, Mono Pusher chronograph. Let me pull this up. Mono Pusher chronograph. Cartier Tortue Mono Pusher chronograph. Let me find you a good article on it from Fratello. I love this piece, JCB. I think that this is one of my absolute favorites from the year. Just not a lot of us talk about Cartier, and I thought that they really knocked it out of the park with this one. I love the tonneau shape case. I love the chronograph. I think it looks really cool. They do have a Tortue in a standard just time only format. I think the Tortue with the chronograph so much cooler. So that is number 1. I'm gonna give you number 2 here. It's gonna be the Lange. You know, guys, don't tell Higgy. He's probably gone to bed, so he's probably not listening, and he's probably will never hear this. So don't repeat this. Lange Perpetual Datograph Lumen. Let me pull this up. 2024 model. And this is in honey gold. Let me see if I can get an article because I don't want to go to like the still images from what's it called, from their site. So here's the Lumen, obviously luminous dial, datograph perpetual calendar in the honey gold. So you see here, they're even saying 2 releases from Watches and Wonders 2024. The Datograph Perpetual Tourbillon in her honey gold. Lumen, that's the one. And then you also have the Datograph Up Down in white gold blue dial. Also a beautiful, beautiful piece. Datograph Up Down blue dial, really sick. But yeah, this Lumen Perpetual Calendar with a tourbillon is my pick, number 2 of 2024. And lastly, JCB, you know what I'm gonna say, bro. Like, why are you even asking this question? Like, why would you even ask this question of my favorite like releases of 2024, man? Like, you know what it's gonna be, guys. Like, you guys all know. Let me pull it up on the screen here for you guys. It is the Patek Philippe Cubitus. I obviously had changed the name Patek Philippe to Ice Cubitus for weeks, to spread propaganda about this watch. But for me, guys, one of my favorite releases for 2024. Obviously, not surprising, big Patek Philippe fanboy. But why I do say that this is one of the best releases of 2024 is when we look at the rest of the Trinity and what the rest of the Trinity has done. I can see fuck no, the cube. You guys all knew I was gonna say this. Now, the reason I'm saying this, JCB, let me just defend my position here, is when you think of what AP did with the Code 1159, circular dress watch, kind of boring. And Vacheron, did it with a 56, right? These are their new lineups, right? Like these were their lineups to differentiate themselves. Were just lineups that are circular watches. I believe the Patek went off the beaten path. They picked a square watch, which is not really popular in today's, in today's market, and they did something a bit bold. So I'd say that is something I can appreciate. And really, yeah, I think it's a piece that's going to have a pretty strong place in the lineup. So I'm going to go Patek Philippe Cubist top three. All right, so we got one more super chat from her line Fraction, £5 British. If you had to keep one watch only from your collection, which would it be and why? Tan? That's a simple one for me. Her line Fraction. It is my Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar 5320 cream dial. I'm going to pull it up here for you guys. And I'm going to tell you why. For me, right off the bat, 5230, 5320. I'm going to pull up the cream dial here for you. I'm going to get a good photo. All right, so 5320 cream dial. The reason for this is my Grail watch was a perpetual calendar from Patek Philippe. They invented the complication for the wristwatch. They made the first serially produced the first perpetual calendar and the first serially produced perpetual calendar. And I mean, this was kind of what the brand was known for around that time. And between like kind of the 20s and the 50s, I mean, they were really building their presence around complications. And building. I mean, understand. I mean, the Stearns took the brand over in the 30s, and that's when they came out with the Reference 96 Calatrava, which is the watch that saved the brand. By the way, like when we talk about the AP Royal Oak saving, the Royal Oak saving AP, it wasn't the Nautilus that saved Patek Philippe. It was the Calatrava that saved them. Around the time of the Great Depression. Then they're building themselves. Eventually to be complicated dress watch makers. That's what they're known for, is complicated dress watches. And one of their most famous complications is the perpetual calendar. So for me, I will, always kind of gravitate towards this complication. And so when I did achieve this watch, for me, it was kind of like the itch is over, right? I'm not seeking bigger and better, right? Like, even though I have said I would trade this up for a perpetual calendar chronograph, but yeah, I mean, I kind of consider them very synonymous or very similar in that sense. So for me, I would never trade this. I also did talk about its connection. It's based off of and I'll pull this up for you, the Patek Philippe 1591. This is it was the first water resistant perpetual calendar. It was special ordered by an aristocrat or they say Maharaja in the article. I mean, I don't know if it's a Maharaja, which would be kind of like King of Kings, but I'm sure it was some kind of a nobleman in India, somebody who was very wealthy, who ordered this from Patek Philippe in stainless steel, center seconds, perpetual calendar. So it really has that connection to me, also my heritage. So a lot of, again, emotional connection and the journey for me. So that's why I would say I would never sell it, because it would be the last one to go for me. I just, the culmination of the entire hobby for me kind of went into that piece. And so if I sold that piece, I really would have sold that entire story, and I really couldn't do that. So yeah, I'm not really moving that piece, but yeah, that is it for me. This is an interesting one. So Caliber YQG says, I can't appreciate Stern's comments about the plebs. So what Caliber YQG is referring to is, in a news article, Thierry Stern had said, and look, just in all fairness to Caliber YQG, I think that there's a bit of context that needs to be had. That article was asking some pretty pointed questions, and Stern was, I would say, for if somebody, I mean, I watch a lot of his interviews, so I've picked up, kind of a sense of how he does the interviews, and literally 99% of the time, that guy is like, he's a straight shooter, right? Yes, I love collectors and blah 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 blah. All the bullshit you hear, right, from everybody. This interview, because it's in German, so I don't obviously read German. I asked Higgins, and he's like, yeah, I think you're right. I think they were gaslighting a bit in this, but anyways, they basically, Thierry Stern ends up just basically saying, look, people that the journalist was asking about the critics of the watch, and Thierry Stern says, well, if these critics, are people that have never owned a Patek Philippe and will likely never own a Patek Philippe, right? So I think Thierry Stern kind of, and I don't agree for him saying this. I mean, it's a business. Like, do you really want your CEO saying that? Like, because you are going to ostracize that collector. And I'm sure there's a lot of them that are out there that were probably considering Patek Philippe and are like, well, fuck this guy, and I don't want to buy into a brand, that's going to show that kind of arrogance, I think, to customers. But there are those people, right? I think that, yeah, like that is what I think Thierry Stern, where he made the big mistake. But I think he was just saying what a lot of people already probably thought in their mind, Caliber YQG. Like, so am I really bothered by it? Not really. Some people actually love it. Some people are like, yeah, fuck yeah, right? Like, fuck the plebs and stuff. It's probably all these guys, Caliber YQG, that have chosen to that the 20 that we've gone up from 27% to 28% here on why do you collect watches, and 28% say for the flex, right? So, for the flex, I think is those may be the folks that can appreciate what Thierry Stern said. But yeah, look, for me, I don't see it that way. And look, I at one point in time as well, Caliber YQG, I just bought a Datejust 16030. That's it was a silver dial, engine turn bezel, nothing special, right? 36 mil Datejust. And I remember being interested in watches and looking at Patek Philippe's, and and I'd heard about the brand from obviously the forums and stuff like that. And for me, I looked at it, I'm like, damn, like fucking 40 grand, 50 grand, 60 grand. Like, I can't, when the hell am I ever going to be able to afford some of these, right? So at one point I was also, in that group that, if I had heard that, I probably would have been fucked off by it, right? So I totally get it, man. And I don't think it was a smart move for a CEO to say that. Herline, Fraksha, a watch connection to you is the emotional aspect I love to hear about Man and Watch. Yeah, honestly, Herline Fraksha, like, if you really think about why is that book, A Man and His Watch, so popular? Like, why does everybody have that book? And the answer is, it's because of the stories, right? And all guys, like, we all love the stories behind the watch. Like, I'll tell a story about this kid, Kelslowitz. He's been around the channel for a long time. He's been watching, in his, I think it was like his early 20s. He started watching the show. Maybe earlier than that. Maybe he was in his teens. And his journey, started with Rolex. And as he kind of, his tastes matured, and, his progression in the hobby kind of evolved, and his taste evolved, he started gravitating towards dress watches. And he was under this massive dilemma of, like, do I get a Laurent Ferrier? Do I buy a Grunewald? Do I buy a Patek Philippe? What the fuck do I buy? And, when he ended up picking his Patek Philippe 5212 weekly calendar, I asked him, I said, yo, Kelso, like, why would you buy, this watch over the Laurent Ferrier, which arguably finishing wise is probably better? And he said, you know what, Tan, there just wasn't a community. Like, I love to talk about watches. I love meeting people. I love, like, the social aspect of it as well. Like, I love learning about, and look, if the brand is very new and it's very niche, it's hard to find someone, to connect with like that, you can have that share of the hobby with. And look, that's an emotional, that is what emotion, when an emotion gets into this purchase, that's what that can do to you. And I think Kelslowitz, did the right thing by buying a Patek Philippe, because him and I, talk about it all the time. And, yeah, he is biased, because he's saying it's the watch on the screen. But, when Kelslowitz was, so, for those that don't know Kelslowitz, he has the same watch, 5320 perpetual calendar. And when he asked me, hey, Tan, is it worth the money? Like, should I do the bump? I said, fuck yeah. I'm like, dude, if you have that opportunity to get a grand complication right now, fucking do it, man. Because, at the end of the day, you can buy those Rolexes again. It's not, and I don't think he traded any Rolexes, but, if it was trading Rolexes, for example, I bet, man, you can buy those again. You don't, like, they're dime a dozen, right? Patek Philippe produces what, 70,000 watches a year. I mean, Rolex is over 1 million a year. Like, there are way, way, way fewer of these out there than your run of the mill Rolex, right? So for me, it's just very important that, that the emotion is part of the purchase, right? Like, it's when I go back to that story of, like, well, why would I buy a Simon Pret, or this independent? You can put any independent brand in there, right? Like, Recepi or Simon Pret or, MB&F, whoever you want, right? when you say, well, I don't know if I'll be able to resell this, or I don't know if I'll be able to, recoup my costs. I'm like, man, are you really buying this for the right fucking reasons? Like, and that's why I think a lot of people, they flip in and they flip out and they flip in and they flip out because they just don't find satisfaction in it, right? They don't nerd out like Higgins does, right? Like Higgins will nerd out on this little tooth and this little wheel and all this other shit, right? Or he'll memorize like French words, as a dictionary and then just like to ask pop quizzes, right? Like, that's what he likes about, his watch collecting. Whereas, if you're just buying it because, well, fuck, like, I'm just buying it because it holds value, and that's one of the main reasons I bought it. Like, fuck, man, like it's going to be a really empty hobby for you. And honestly, a lot of those people, a year, 2, 3, they're gone. They're not going to be around here, right? Like, you really, really need to find your love for, like, honestly, guys, like stuff that is pretty fucking obsolete. Like my wife looks at me and she's like, "What the fuck are you doing buying these watches? Like, they're gonna be worthless in like 20. No kids are wearing this stuff, and they're gonna be worthless." I told her, I said, "Babe, like, I don't give a fuck if they're going to be worthless. They're not worthless to me, right? They're not worthless to me." And so it's just it's difficult, right? It's really difficult um to think of it that way, where it's like watches, who cares if they're going to be worthless, right? Like if you buy a piece for the sake of, for the sake of enjoying it for whatever reason, right? Like, I mean, Watch Nicholas just sold, he mentioned he had sold basically all of his non-Rolex watches, and he's kept Rolex, right? Because he probably saw a sinking ship with other pieces that he has, and look, he didn't want to take the hit, and he just wants to keep that cash. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, I'm not saying that people are wrong to want to retain some money. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think if that consumes a large amount of the decision making in buying a watch, that's where I would say it's wrong. If it is one of the primary decision, and I'm not saying it can't be it can't be a part of the decision making, but if it's a primary part of the decision making, nah, I think that's fucking wrong. Skyzen, you're not banned. No, you've never banned, Skyzen. We love you around here, Skyzen. You help, dude. You literally sat with me on the show for like 2 hours flicking through the book, man. You're welcome here anytime, Skyzen. All good. But yeah, like this is where I think that's what irritated Higgy about his time on the OC show yesterday. Was he's like, it's all about investment. It's all about you have to retain your value. And look, Archie spruiked that narrative forever, right? Like that was his thing. But Archie wasn't always talking about investment. He was more talking about you just won't lose your money. If you buy, if you buy, and I'll say it doesn't have to just be Rolex, right? Like if you buy a Panerai PAM 111, which is a pretty blue chip ish Panerai, you could say, if you could ever call a Panerai blue chip. If you buy that on the secondary market for a good price, you will likely retain that value, right? It doesn't just apply to Rolex AP pad. It doesn't just apply to those. Like, you need to buy the right pieces. And yeah, I think it's just I think that's just the case. Dude, you have disposable income. You are probably the 1%. You are privileged. Yeah, man. I feel very very fortunate, and I think a lot of us should, right? Like I said this to a collector today. I said, I'm wearing an Explorer 40. It's not my most expensive watch, but it is one of the watches I'm enjoying right now and treating like a watch. I don't put it in the watch box. I put it on my nightstand. I put it in the dresser, or wherever that, wherever, I put it in the sock drawer or whatever the fuck it is. I'll put it, like, I'll leave it on the table. Like, I don't baby this watch. I wear it, outside to work, when I'm going shopping, when I'm going grocery. I'm doing everything with this watch, right? Like, I'm enjoying it, for not only that it's a Rolex, but for it just being a watch. And what I find so fulfilling is I don't worry about, like, oh well, fuck, like I just scratched the watch and I just lost $1,000 or $2,000 or whatever. Like if you look at watches that way, I think Higgins was telling me, he's like, man, like these guys are scared to take their watches out because they're worried to scratch it, and they don't want to lose $1,000 or 2,000. I'm like, man, like how the fuck are you gonna live your life like that? Like, you bought these watches to enjoy, and like you're not gonna enjoy them. Like, what's the fucking point? At that point, honestly, you're just collecting fucking Pokemon cards, as far as I'm concerned, right? If you're just gonna buy watches and put them in the safe, you're just fucking collecting Pokemon cards. Shout out to Loose, shout out to Loose, right? That's for you, Watch Nicholas. Shout out to Loose, collecting Pokemon cards. That's the way I see it, guys. But yeah, I mean, like if you're buying watches for, you know, and I kind of said, look, wearing this Explorer 40, anybody, there could be that person who, they're saving up 2, 3, 4 years worth of income, or disposable income to buy an Explorer 40. You know, that in it, like, there's nothing to be ashamed of, I would say, in that sense. When I meet a lot of collectors and they kind of, approach it in an apologetic way with me when they're wearing like an Oyster Perpetual or they're wearing an Explorer and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, it's nothing special. And I'm like, why are you sorry? Like, that's a fucking cool watch. Like, and oftentimes when I talk to people, they're like, honestly, man, like I love watches and I just don't have a lot of money and I saved up so much and I bought my Oyster Perpetual and it means the world to me. Like, that is what watch collecting is, guys. Not, oh my God, I'm not going to buy this watch because I'm going to lose money. Like, fucking, that's not what the hobby's about. Jefferson Exotic Tan has all the Pokemon cards, including Pikachu. Pokemon was a little bit after my time. Mike the Mistake. Yeah, man. Like, you're one of those guys who is extremely enthusiastic about his Oyster Perpetual. And, I met Mike the Mistake in person, and a very, very enthusiastic collector. He loves his Rolex and he loves his OPs. He loves simple. For him, I think clean, simple dials are his favorite. He's seen a lot of my complicated Patek Philippe's, but he's always asked me, hey, Tan, can you bring out the one watch I honestly never wear is the 5196, the Calatrava, just basic, manual wind. And that's the one he wants to see because he's like, I just like simple watches. And there's nothing wrong with that. Mike the Mistake drove over 4 hours to get my OP. Yeah, man, I've done those kind of road trips before. 10, read my message. Don't be a softcock. I didn't see your message here, Joe Bling. Let me see it here. Okay, where am I? 10, let's take a poll. If people want you to go on with this dribble or wrap it up later, I dare you, buddy. I dare you, buddy. You can dare me, Joe Bling. But I'm actually going to be wrapping up in 9 or 10 minutes because I've asked Archie to see if he could wrap up the last hour of the show if he's available. Let me shoot him a message here on WhatsApp, just seeing if he's going to be joining us because he is awake right now. Hey, the crowd is asking for you. Are you joining in 10 minutes? All right, let's see what Archie Luxury has to say. Let's see if he joins the show. He's probably fucking listening. Archie, if you're fucking listening to this, get off your ass and get on the show, man, because I want to actually watch a show and not have to conduct the show for 2 hours plus. When is your next JJ appearance, Mike the Snake? I never see you on. Nah, Mikey's on here all the time, man. We love Mike the Snake. Look, I've been having a great time with the Ancient Aliens talk with Mike the Snake because I actually do watch that show, and I guess Uzi watches that show. A few of us do. And Mike he's retained a lot of like the show that honestly I forgot. So I think he's been doing a really great job about it. Like, he did preface. He's like, guys, I'm not crazy. Like, this isn't my theory. I watch a TV show, and that's all good. But Muhammad Ali, looking forward to Tan getting the Cubitus and unboxing it. No one deserves it more than Look, man, I was the biggest. I was freaking the most propaganda about this watch when everybody was like, it's a dog. It's gonna sink. It's fucking shit. I'm like, guys, this one, Patek Philippe sports watch. That man, home run. Like, you had me at hello. Now I don't care what it fucking looks like, right? It could look like the fucking Orient Bambino. I don't give a fuck. Patek Philippe sports watch. It's gonna be a winner, guys. Apes, Mike, when's the next trust fund? Look, guys, Mike the Snake, man, he is my favorite character on the show. I love Mikey. I love talking weed strains with Mikey. I love talking ancient history with Mikey. I love talking watches with Mikey. One of the best dudes in the Archieverse. I say to everybody, look, if you're a fan of the Archieverse and you actually go to these meetups, the one guy you have to meet, besides Archie, is Mike the Snake. And I was telling Toyota Mo when I met him in San Francisco. I'm like, dude, like, you live in the same town. Well, Mike doesn't live in San Fran. He lives around San Fran, and like Mo hadn't met him. P-Cars hadn't met him. A few people hadn't met him. I'm like, man, if I lived in the same town as Mike the Snake, I'd be fucking smoking blunts with that guy all the fucking time. So, but yeah, definitely I know that Kelsowitz is trying to make it happen. Kelso, if you're in the chat, let me know if you guys are doing the old SFO San Francisco meetup to hang out with Mike the Snake. Tan NSA SB Dunk Wizard of Oz. Yo, didn't fuck, what was the one of the last releases we talked about? Skies and of, I don't know if they were dunks, man. There was a fucking release that happened not too long. It wasn't a Wu-Tang release, it was something else, man. But maybe it was a Wu-Tang release actually, but I don't remember, man. I did miss it. I've been not really keeping up with the sneaker game these days, but yeah, if any Travis Scott's come out or anything like that, I'd probably get it. Mike says he wants to wait till January. Yeah, honestly, if you guys do it in January, Kelso, I'd probably be able to to swing by. You know, it's just it will have to be it'll have to be after Christmas because I think it's just difficult for people, right? But Kelsowitz is trying to set up a little meetup in San Francisco. Just for everybody who's like either they want to meet Mike the Snake or they're locals, or they're in Cali and they want to travel to Northern California. But look, guys, Mike the Snake's a great guy. Loves to talk his watches. Loves to eat his dim sum. He literally ordered we had a bit of he just I had a little bit of a vape before the lunch with Toyota Mo, and old Mike the Snake literally ordered the entire dim sum menu. And Mo and I are like, "Yo, like, do you realize how much food you've ordered?" And he's like, "No." And then at the end of it, like Mo and I are like, "Well," and Mo was gracious enough to pay for the meal. Really cool guy. Like, appreciate that. Thank you, Toyota Mo. But then you go to Mike. He's like, "Mike, you got to take this home. Like, you ordered all this food. You got to take it home." Really epic day with Mike the Snake. But yeah, he was able to see his Grail watch, right? Everybody sees him talking about the Vacheron Overseas 4500, the blue dial. So Toyota Mo brought his Vacheron to the meetup, and Mike got to see it in person. He got to put it on the wrist. Didn't get to try it on with the bracelet. I know that that's something he was excited to do. But yeah, no, he told me he really enjoyed it. Thought it was a great watch. Definitely still interested in buying that watch, he said. So I know that Mike is picking up his. He's going to be trying to pick up a Submariner. Either, as he said, a Submariner or an SD43 potentially soon. So I'm looking forward to seeing that unboxing of Mike the Snake. I'm excited to see a Rolex back on the wrist of Mike the Snake because I think that's just going to be epic. But Miami Mikey has his Speedy. He's got his Seikos. He's got a couple of decent watches. What's going on, Ducky? Ducky was bullied years ago for I think he said his first watch was a Lange, and he was bullied in the chat for buying a Lange. Different time, Ducky. It's funny because I'm from that era where I used to call it like a Lange in depreciation. I used to fucking troll the shit out of that brand, and that's why Higgy used to watch those shows when I was on, and he fucking did not like me. So I don't think anything's changed, but yeah. Jefferson, I almost started saying exotic Archie style on Young Brando's show yesterday. Shout out to Young Brando. Mike the Snake is an encyclopedia of the Emerald Triangle. Look, hey, I'd love to talk Bermuda Triangle with Mike one day. I'd say that's probably better for a producer Mark show where we kind of go through like UFO talk and conspiracy theories and anything that's not really watches, all this other kind of bullshit that people talk about. Man, Tanner, your skin got lighter. It's just the lighting there, Dirk. It's just the lighting, just the lighting, just the lighting. Yeah. Nah, I think that's fine. Watch Nikki. It's just a little joke. What's going on, P Cars? How you doing, P Cars? Nice to see you, man. But yeah, look, guys. I think for me, emotional purchases on watches, like having it mean something to you is always you're never gonna go wrong with that, right? Like if you buy a watch because that's what you're seeking, and you're not seeking validation, you're not seeking return on investment. You're willing to lose a certain amount of money, right? Not everybody's willing to lose all their money, but you're willing to lose an acceptable amount of money, then yeah, I mean, that's probably the watch for you. If you make your primary purchase, factors like based off of or primarily off of money, I think it's just going to be hollow and empty, hobby for you. Go on, Durkee.
What up? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're coming in clear, man.
Good, man. I just wanted to say hello to my Maharaja.
The Mahariji, baby. The Mahariji.
Sorry, Mahariji.
I appreciate it, man.
Namaste, my brother. Namaste.
Namaste. You got to go up to see Mike the Snake, man.
Yeah, that sounds kind of fun, actually. When are you guys thinking about going?
Kelso's setting it up. So he is just He's talked to a bunch of the guys that are local. They're down. Mike Snake's down. He's thinking in January at some point. I don't know what your work schedule is like, but yeah, let me know, man. Because I think that would be fucking. I think that'd be
Huh.
great.
Is it like I mean, January is around the corner. Is it like the first week or second week of January, or is it towards the end? You don't know yet?
I don't know. It's really Kelso. Kelso, if you're still in the chat, let me know, man, or let us know in the chat. But yeah, I don't know if he's picked whether it's early or late. What he was thinking about doing was actually maybe even going up to like, because Mike lives around wine country, right? So
Yeah.
he was like, maybe do it at like a winery, and Mike the Snake meets up with everybody, and they do like some wine tasting. Obviously, Pete Cars is there. Pete Cars is a big wine guy.
Yeah.
I think that'd
I'm
be fucking
out.
sick, man.
I'm
Yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah.
I hate wine.
You don't like wine?
I hate it.
Oh, you don't have to drink the wine. You can just eat the food. I mean, you don't have to drink the wine. Like, I'm sure they can get you another beverage that's there. All right, so Kelsowich hops in here. Yes.
I've gone to wineries and then I'm like, I just with friends before, and they don't serve nothing, man. All they got is wine and water, and I'm like, come on, I gotta, yeah.
Dirk, you know what's funny? I got a message from the Pontiff. He's like, Dirk's on. He's like, I'll be on in 3 minutes. You gotta stay on, motherfucker.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he's like, I'm coming on in 3 minutes. Dirk's on. I think he wants to talk to you, man. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
I wonder what he wants to talk about.
I have no idea, man. I have no idea. I got a message from Mike the Mistake, a little text. He says, let me know when you want to have a dram. Like, yeah, I appreciate that, Mike the Mistake. I am down anytime. Obviously, I don't want to burden you around Christmas. I know you got your family and stuff over there, but yeah, give me a shout, man. Give me a shout. I'll be around your area, not in, probably in a few days. So, yeah.
When are you gonna come? When are you gonna come to the real? When are you gonna come to the real California?
That's the thing. That's why I'm saying January may work out for me, because I think I have to be in San Diego.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, exactly, right. Like at some point, like in January. So that's why I'm like, yo, I'll just call Dirk.
Yeah, that'd be great, man. We'll get together. We'll have los cholos tacos.
I'm looking forward, man. I had no Mexican food when I was in San Francisco, so I was actually waiting till I'm like, yeah, you know what, fuck it, right? Like if I go to SoCal, like Dirk's definitely gonna know all the good spots. So I'd rather just save it for that than
yeah. There's some good spots. I mean, if you go to San Diego too, though, you got like actually, I think San Diego's better. It's more, yeah. I think there's better spots. Like if you go check out Old Town San Diego, and you'll melt.
Yeah, I mean, look, I stuck to obviously it was Mike's choice to have dim sum, right? It was kind of like late morning, early afternoon. Kind of a time frame, which was great. Obviously the Asian food, San Francisco was excellent. I had a lot of Indian food, which was really good over there. But yeah, man, it was. I love that area. It's like, it's like fucking, these guys live in paradise, man. Like you got the bay, and it's just so beautiful. And then you obviously got the canyons. You go out for like nice drive out in the canyon. It's fucking nice, man, around that area. And I told Mike the Snake, I'm like, if I were you, I don't know why the hell you're ever on these streams, because I'd be out driving at 9:30, like doing canyon runs all the fucking time.
Yeah, you can't drive your car year round, huh?
Nah, man, my car's stored right now. It's like it's gone. Yeah, I'm out till at least earliest I've ever gone out was around March. So like March, April, I'm out for at least 4 months, 4 or 5 months.
So do you actually winterize your car and then store it?
Yeah, well, I don't do a ton of winterization. Like I'll obviously I'll clean it, I'll vacuum it. I'll put like what's it called, fabric softener around just for like rodents and shit. I have an actual ultrasonic thing that keeps rodents away. I have a battery charger that comes with the car, and then literally just fill it up, and I put fuel stabilizer in the fuel just in case, right? 91 octane fuel to 93 octane fuel usually will be okay for 4 months, but I just put fuel stabilizer in just in case, right? So
you don't go there in the middle of winter and start it up?
No, I don't need to, because I have the car on literally a battery tender, so it will stay. Yeah, the battery stays charged the whole time.
Got it.
Yeah.
Now, do you do this in your garage, or do you actually take it out of your house?
No, I don't really want to disclose where the car is, though. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna be like, "Yo, yeah, come rob me and take my car." Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'd rather not disclose it. But yeah, I mean, I do store the car.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So
but dude, I know people literally who put like it on the driveway. Like, we'll have a full-on Lamborghini in the snow on the driveway. Fucking nuts, man.
Arch would have a heart attack if he saw that.
Marcus Mandel, don't dox your car. Yeah, man, that's
Don't dox
that's
it.
one thing I'm not gonna do. Link for stable. That's exactly what I use. Basil's actually a stable for that. Mike the Snake says just done driving the 930, and my Ducati on the back row is near me. That's the way to do it, Mike the Snake. You get your adrenaline out, then you come on the show, right? You know, puff a little bit, hop on the show, chill out, chillax, talk some watches with Archie. He's gonna be on in a few minutes. He's gonna round us off for 3 hours. He wants to talk to Dirk Diggler for some reason or another.
I actually can't stay on that long. I just want to say hi to you, man.
It's all good, man. If you want to bounce, it's all good.
Yeah.
He's probably listening. His heart's probably broken. He's probably running. But yeah, man. Look, if you want to hop off before it gets on, it's all good.
I'll stretch it out as long as I can.
Just say hi to him in the bounce, because that's basically what I got to do. Because I need to actually watch some of the show and not, just go through it and
Mike
for 2 hours.
Mike's been on a roll lately, dude. Like some of his explanations have been real deep. I wanted to come on earlier, but I didn't want to ruin Higgy's balanced cocks and unbalanced cocks and all that stuff. So,
It's a good thing, Mike, with ethanol stabilizer. For me, like some of the gasoline in Canada, at least at one point, had no ethanol in it, so I wasn't super worried about ethanol at the time. But now, obviously, there is ethanol, at least 5% in all Canadian gasoline. So yeah, that's
gotcha.
Yeah. Honestly, Dirk, you could. I was pulling up all your trolls anyways, right? I was like, man, Dirky's probably banned on Higgins' channel, so I'm gonna pull up all his trolls anyways.
Yeah.
So.
It's all good though. I don't. It's not really for me the show.
Nah, look, we try to. Higgy can be a little dry, and I try to bring a little bit of fun to it. Kind of that little bit of a balance of differences on that, but yeah, look, man, it's all good. I appreciate obviously you hopping on, helping me out. And it's look, hey man, if I don't hear from you, obviously Merry Christmas, and I know you're gonna be in the chat, so I know you're gonna be in the chat.
Yeah, I'll be in the chat. But
look, I love the mic. No, go ahead.
If you come to LA, if you fly into LAX, let me know, because there's this one taco place. I like it, and I think like you'll like it. They've been around forever, and they're called Tito's Tacos. Some people don't like it, but I think it's a good introduction tacos, good introduction Mexican food. Like they have mole there and everything like that, but it's close to the airport. So I work by the airport, so
I will not complain, Dirk, for any food. So
Yeah.
I would greatly appreciate that, obviously, and I'll definitely give you a shout, Dirk. One thing I wanted to say, we do have Mike the Snake on. Welcome, Mike.
Hey.
One thing I wanted to say about Mikey is, you know how people used to interrupt him all the time, like Bear interrupts Mikey, and a ton of people interrupt Mikey. And I'd be sitting there in the audience saying, like, I actually want to hear what Mike the Snake has to say. Like, I'm like, why the fuck are these guys interrupting him all the fucking time? And I was always like, I really want to hear what Mike the Snake has to say. And so whenever I do a stream with Mike, I stop and I let Mike, and as long as he wants to go on, because, like you're saying, people are hearing that, like, fuck, Mike's actually got some pretty deep shit to talk about. So, yeah, I think
I always said that I clown on Mike, but I clown on everybody. But I always said this: if it was the end of the world, if it was the end of the world, man, like Apocalypse Now, I'm taking Mike.
Yeah, you'd be in good hands. You'd be in good hands.
AC3!
Hey, how
Arch.
are you? What a great show. I got to tell you, Dirky Diggler, the Stigler, if the earth ended, I hope you take that LV box.
I'm going to bury it with me. Hey, that LV box, man, could withstand a nuclear bomb, I think. I'm just impressed on like how I'm surprised at as much of abuse as it took. I mean, it actually is still functional.
Yes. It's I got to tell you something. I think the watch game in 25 is going to be boring. Just a couple new colors. Cheap tweaks. Cheap tweaks,
baby. Cheap tweaks. Now, Archie, Dirk had to drop off. He wanted to stay on to say hi to you. I got to drop off, but we did have 14 super chats beforehand. I'm going to pull them up for you. I'm going to pull them up super quick so that we don't. You can, maybe read through them. Read through them real quick for everybody. I'll pull them up for you. Here we go.
Yes, Rich Mitch. I'm back, Higgy. We got Ryan Hoffery, $2. Shout out to Madman. Hey, Tan and Higgy. Merry Christmas. Rick Foss. Hi, Higgy, Tan, and punters in chat. Just got home. We got Jefferson exotic, $2. Exotics.
Exotics.
We're the big cool guys. Jefferson exotics. We got rodent mutation, 5 Swiss francs. You might check out the independent watchmaker Herve Scooter in the future. The watch is called Essential. Rich Mitch, £2. Is Glasuit Original a good brand? They're okay. Corrado Galizia, $2. If you had to guess how many man hours are in this,
He's asking about the production of this show, and I think it's 0. So
yes, we got RMD 992, $5. If you could have one, what would you pick? 116520. So that's the Rolex Movement Daytona 6119G Calatrava 1815 up down. The latter two are simplistic but pricey because they're in gold. Oh, Paddock, baby.
you and I picked Paddock. Higgy picked the Lange, obviously not surprising.
And Rich Mitch, £2. I'm on the waiting list for a DG36, my last watch. Good on you. Rick Foss, 50 knock, best one and done. Driving home for Christmas, stuck in the snow. Watch.
You know
Pam, Panerai, Pam.
I said world time, man. I said world time because it's an emotional watch. It's an emotional time. We had Mr. GMT.
Mr. GMT, $2. Thanks for doing the show, my sexy brother Tan. Basil's Beazles, $2. Super sticker. Jean-Claude Bivier, $2. Tan, give us your top 3 or whatever releases of 24.
He was disappointed in my answer because I said Cartier Talk to Monopusher chronograph. I said Lange datograph, perpetual calendar, tourbillon lumen, and I said the Cubitus, and he hated the Cubitus, Archie. But I was always going to say Cubitus.
You know what I love most about the Cubitus?
What's that?
The box.
The box. I like the new box. I think it's cool, man. I think it's cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. We got her Leon Franks, £5. If you had to keep one watch from your collection, which one would it be? Breguet, baby.
All right, Archie. I'm gonna go listen to the show because I want to enjoy the show as a viewer right now.
Hey, all those guys got double their money's worth, man.
Yeah, of course. I always have Archie. Yeah, I always have Archie reading super chats again. Shout out to
I gotta get going too, buddy. But hey, Archie, it's good talking to you too, Mike.
Fantastic to have
you, Mike.
you, man. You are a legend.
Sorry to hit you, buddy.
See you guys. Archie's gonna take over.
ya.
Archie's running the show now till the end. Peace out.
Till the end. Peace out.
See you,
Peace
Ken.
out. What a great guy. How are you, Mr. Snake?
I'm doing just fine. Just got off the road. I took a
I
drive.
can show you something now that's just me and you, Mikey. I can show you something.
Yeah.
I can show you something, but it's only for me and you. Okay.
Okay.
Guess what I'm wearing today, Mikey? I had a spot.
Oh, it's Speedy, huh?
Yeah, Speedy.
Nice.
It's a great watch. I love my Speedy. I didn't realize how much I love that watch. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And
Sorry,
Speedies are great watches.
Speedies are great watches.
And
They're-
I got to
They're kind of a
Cool.
standard, They're kind of a collection standard,
Tanzil Patel Philippe, $5. Show me the complete collection in the box. So this was only for my WhatsApp group. I sent this out yesterday because I actually, for those of you who don't know, it was actually my 20th anniversary of meeting my wife. But I don't like to go into that much because you guys always tear my relationships apart. And that's not really fun. It's not fun. But I took a few photos yesterday because I like to share with the crowd here. So I don't want to get judgment. What did I do? What did I buy? You know what? Doesn't matter. It's okay. It'll be okay. This is the collection for 2024. 2024. Let's bring it up, Mikey. Let's have a look. See what you say. I've rebalanced it, recalibrated. There we go. What do you think?
I love your new. Is that your the brick? Is that
That's the Breguet in the back.
the-
Yes, sir.
yeah, the new Breguet? I love that one. I love that new Breguet. And that's the Breguets that I kind of lean more towards liking. Although your other Breguet was nice. But I'm
It
just
was
not a
phenomenal,
dress
that other
watching.
one. That was beautiful.
Yeah, this one's a little more almost. You could almost consider it more sports watchy, because it's got more going on, a little more interesting.
Oh,
and-
just let me grab the super chat. We got Patel Philippe, $5. Full screen. Full screen. Man on the fucking moon. Quick whisk, 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 whisk. Man on the fucking moon. Quick whisk, 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 whisk. Watch. Check. Look at that.
Is that the 1831 or
That's the
3861?
Yep, 3861. Because then you can tell because it's got the tapered bracelet. That's the
Yeah, exactly.
the tapered bracelet. There we go. Ken Freslow, $2. How does one join the WhatsApp group? PayPal, $20 to Archie Luxury 72 at Gmail, and send your phone number, because that's basically WhatsApp works on phone numbers, and I'll add you to the group. There you go. That's it. That is it. But Mikey, what
3861?
Look, this is balanced. We got two divers. We got three divers technically. We got the Bluesy, we got the PAM, and we got the JLC.
Yeah, the JLC.
We have got GMTs. We've got the World Time and the Explorer 2.
The PAM's not a dive watch.
Oh, yes, it is, Mike.
Does it have a screw down crown?
Yes, it does.
Wow.
No,
Okay.
PAM has always been a big diving watch.
Oh, I know, but they usually you
So we
have
got
that big cover.
Three divers, two GMT World Time Travel watches, three chronographs, and as far as dress watches go, two dress watches, two dress, three chronographs, three divers. We got all the base. That's it there. That's it. That's it. So now what I'm trying to do is, Mike, if I add one has to leave. You know what I'm in, one out.
Okay.
I think that's enough. I got enough. And later on, I might even shrink it down. I think in retirement phase, it'll shrink down a bit.
Pasta. Pasta's making a comment about my weight, I think. I've actually lost a few pounds.
Yeah, you're looking very dapper, Mike. I don't understand. Why would they make a comment about your weight, Mike? That's not very nice, is it?
People make comments about everything. It's just what they do. It's their job. Ain't no thing. But anyways, in regards to your collection,
get a bit nasty there. They get a bit nasty.
Yeah, they do. Nasty. But again, it's their job, so whatever. In regards to your collection, you've got a very rounded, eclectic collection that is
so what I wanted,
like
Mikey, was
what most people would have for their
4
age,
steels and 4 precious metal. And I kind of include the Bluesy as a precious metal because it's half gold, half steel, two-tone.
Okay.
We got another super chat here, Mikey, from Patel Philippe, $5. Do you prefer the case of the Radiomir over the VC? The 1921 is gorgeous, but it's expensive. It's expensive, unfortunately.
Is
It's
that
expensive.
is the case you have there in your box? Is that the radio mirror case?
Yes, it
your
is.
that's
So the
your
Radiomere
PAM?
doesn't have the big chunky crown.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool.
So this is the more traditional. This is the older one. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
This is like if you were talking Porsches, this is the 356 and not the 911.
Or this would be a no flare 911. You know, this would be a 911 flat side, no flares, just your basic older, base 911.
RMD is asking what happened to the. I did actually have a Reverso Grand Date. I did buy. Yes, I did replace it after the burglary, but unfortunately, with the passing of my son, I needed some money to cover some funeral expenses.
Yeah, well,
and I had a buyer who wanted it, so I would have preferred not to have sold it, but it's one of these things. A bird in the hand is two in the bush. That's the way I see it.
you got to do what you got to do, man. They're your watches,
I love them, don't you? Yeah, I love watches, Mikey.
Me too. Tan was talking about, like, if you collect your watches and you're afraid to wear them, and you might as well be collecting Pokemon cards. And I kind of agree. Unless the watches you're buying are absolute investment pieces, and you just plan on parking them and keeping them like with the sticker still on them, and that they're a model that's going to increase in value guaranteed. But then once again, you might as well be collecting Pokemon cards. What's the difference, really? Watches to me is the enjoyment in wearing them, and I love mechanical things, and I really love the beauty of mechanical watches, and everything about them. So I love wearing them. I love knowing about them, learning new things about them. That's where you and this show comes in, because here's where I get to see brands and watches that I would never ever even know existed.
No, that's a good point, Mikey. We got a super chat here from Patel Philippe. $5. AC3, does every man need a date just? I got to be totally honest with you, Mikey. I fucking love the date just. After Sir E. Danny got his, I'm really in love with it. Okay, I
would say every man needs either a date just or a Submariner.
Oh,
one or the other.
Just or a Submariner.
Yeah, one or the other. If you, yeah, you could own either one of those and just stop there, and be just fine in any any kind of situation.
Yes, sir, Mike. Yes, sir. Mikey, I totally agree with you.
Both of those two watches cover all the bases. They can be considered dress. They can be considered sport.
Tell me this: that JLC, it's got a lot of flack on this stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a solid gold. I actually love it. Okay.
Hey, there's nothing really wrong with it, Arch. We enjoy giving you shit about it, but but it's actually a pretty watch. I mean, there's nothing really to hate on it about it, other than it's fun to give you a bad time. I don't, but a lot of people like to give you a bad time about it. But there's really nothing really wrong with it.
Chunky monkeys. The Pam is. We got a super chat from Patel. I tell you what, Patel, every man needs a date just. If I was to add a third Rolex, right, I would love to have either. I'd go Sky Dweller would be my first choice, right? But they are fucking expensive, okay? However, I would love to add a date just. I would love a date just. I think if I had my choice, I'd go 41 because I'm not a small guy. And I would go, Mikey. I reckon I'd go steel with white gold bezel. I'd actually do probably I'd go Jubilee because I've got two, and that's only because I've got two Oyster Rolexes in the collection already. Fluted bezel, and the dial I would go for would be blue with stick markers.
Okay.
That's what I would do.
I'll be right back in 5 seconds.
Let's pull it up. Let's pull up.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
No worries, Mikey. Let's have a look. If I was to get a Rolex, a date just. They got some nice date justs, haven't they? Let's configure one. What would I want? Configure. I'd go 41. Material. White rosal. That means white steel with white gold bezel. The bezel. Oh, they don't do a white gold one, do they? No, that's steel. I'd go fluted. I like the fluted. Bracelet, oyster. I'd probably go Jubilee. Dial. That or Romans. I think I'd go stick. Fuck, 16,950. It's not cheap. $16,950. That's what I think I would do. Let's bring that up on the screen now. Sorry, I didn't show that to you. That's a bit of a fuck up, but this is what I would pick. I think that'd be if I was to get one, but 17,000. Fuck, that's a lot of money. Rolex is expensive. Yeah, they are expensive. You got a super chat from Patel Philippe, $5. Would you ever consider a Datejust 36 Starburst with diamonds like Dirty Danny? I might pull that up. Let me pull that up for you. So this is the watch Dirty Danny has. Now, believe it or not, would you ever consider? I actually had many years ago. Let me see if I've got a photo of it, okay? Yep, I do. I just found it. I had the ladies. I owned the ladies' version of that. I'll bring up my photo. Many years ago, I owned this. That was a 69173. Beautiful watch, actually. I should have cleaned the fucking glass. It's got a bit of hair on it.
That's pretty.
Yeah, that was. I had a couple. I had a couple ladies. Yeah, that's the Starburst there. It's really quite amazing.
Arch, I came across a 41 millimeter sub 2024 with some of the stickers still on the backside of the bracelet. So it's basically doesn't even look like it's ever been worn. Box, papers, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
13.5. And I looked up on David SW and Chrono 24, and they're all in the 15 and 16 range.
So this is a private seller, or who's selling it?
It's yeah.
Do you know him?
No. But it's like it's a coin shop that sells stuff, and sometimes they carry watches as well. But they've got it there. I just called and checked, and they still got it in stock. And I'm thinking
You want to
about.
buy it?
I'm this close. I don't think I'm going to come across one for less.
It's a lot of money.
Well, yeah, it's a lot less than I paid for my first one. My first 41, three grand less. Well, no, 2,500 less. I paid 16 for my other 41, but
Yeah.
this one's 13.5, and I think that's just about the going rate. I think it's a pretty good deal.
It doesn't sound terrible. That's a
No,
date,
it
isn't it?
doesn't. Yeah, it's a sub date, 2024, and I looked at it and tried it on, and it still had some of the clear plastic on the inside of the backside of the bracelet.
Just hang on there. I got another super chat's just come in. Patel Philippe, $2. You missed a super chat above that one. Oh, here we go. Patel Philippe, $5. Thoughts on Powie turning down a Panda at retail this week? No, he wouldn't have done that. How do we know this? How do we know this, Mikey?
What's that?
He was offered a Panda at retail. I don't believe it. You'd have to buy it, wouldn't you?
I had to turn down the root beer when I was on the hunt for it.
Yeah, but the root beer is not the same, Mikey. That's not the same as a Panda at retail.
Yeah, I guess so. If you don't have the money for it, you don't have the money for it, right? If you do, then yeah, it might be a smart grab.
Yeah, if you don't have the money, you don't have the money, do you?
That's always my issue. It's like it's not really whether it's a good deal or the price is right or wrong. It's that it's there and available, and I have enough to nab it. And those two things have to like align. And sometimes,
we got a super chat. Mike the Snake, sorry, Patel says, Mike the Snake, if you replace the Zenith Open Heart in this box with a Rolex Zenith Daytona, would it enhance? I think it'd make it too Rolex heavy. Like I've got 8. Okay.
I think
that's enough. Okay.
I disagree. I think it would enhance the collection. I think, there's nothing wrong with that open heart, but a Rolex Zenith Daytona, yeah.
Oh, they're amazing.
That's an easy one. Like, if somebody said, which would you take, and had one in each hand, which would you grab for?
I do like my Zenith bar. I do like it.
Oh yeah, it's a nice watch. Again, it's like your JLC with the big, 90-degree twisters, to lock them in. There's nothing really wrong with it, and your brigade too. It's nothing really to hate too much about it. There's a lot of watches out there, man.
Yes.
You take a price point and start looking.
That's a very true point, Mikey. The market is it's a lot different than it was a couple years ago.
Yeah,
The problem is if you want to trade something in, they give you less. Your trades are worthless to them.
I agree. I've had to sell so many of my watches back to my jeweler who I bought them from, and I've always lost, But he's got to turn around and resell it, And I didn't have the time to try to privately list it and sell it that way. So, plus I was my mind and my direction was already on a different path, So it was like, how much will you give me for this? Okay, fine. Now I have this much towards my next move, my next power move,
Ken Fresno, $2. What shoes would you wear with the ladies' date? Just hey, that was my wife's watch, Ken.
So
But
you'd wear ladies' shoes.
I do love. I got to tell you, I do love Serdi Danny's watch. I think it is special. Okay.
This red dial with the fume is just insane. I love it.
Yeah. It is beautiful. I love it. I love it myself. I must agree with you.
I have a thing for red dials, of course.
I got a thing for red boxes, red interior.
Someday I'll get that red Milgauss, but you got to wait a while for that one.
We got a super chat here from GB 20 Mex. Mike the Snake doesn't feel like waiting for the wire. Mike the Snake didn't feel like waiting for the wire.
Yeah, I don't know what that's regarding, but whatever.
We got Patel Philippe, $2, AC3. Should Mike the Snake get an SD43 or a sub 41?
Oh, yeah, that's the other. That we were talking about this the other day. I don't think you were there, Arch. Like an SD, a Sea Dweller 43, or a sub 41, and the Sea Dweller 43. That's the one that was only made for like a year, right? Or and it's kind of an outlier in a sense. But it is a bit larger, and I do like large watches. So, and I've owned a bunch of Sea Dwellers and a bunch of subs, and in rebuilding my collection, it's got to start with a sub, or a Sea Dweller. Because they're dead ringers for each other. Nobody, I mean, from 5 feet away, nobody can really tell the difference, right? Pretty much.
100%, Mikey.
And so, yeah, the Sea Dweller 43 or the Sub 41, it's a toss-up, if either one of them came along. Now, like I said, I've just come across one for 13.5, a Sub 41, 2024, box papers, the whole 9 yards, brand new. Pretty much. It does not appear to even have been worn. Still has some of the plastic on the backside of the bracelet and stuff.
Sorry, I'm just saying goodbye to my son.
Sure.
Mikey, you know something? I really do admire the fact that you are not scared to get rid of shit when you need to.
No.
And I got to tell you guys, this is a mark of a true enthusiast. You live your life, right?
Yep.
And, the thing is, Mikey, you can't ever forget that these watches, they're liquid currency. Now, sometimes the currency is not as good as you would have liked, but hey, they're still amazing things. And that's what's important, Mike.
Yes, and also they can always be re-gotten. So if let's say you're hotter for something else, and you need to make a sacrifice, and you let something go, you can always down the road later turn around and buy it again. If it's that dear to you, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. So there's no mortal sin in selling something off to get something else that you want more at the time. As far as I'm concerned, um, yeah, you know, sometimes you get stuff and then you learn things about them that you find you like even more or you like less, and maybe your opinion changes after the fact, and that might be what puts it on the plate for you know selling off to get something different. Who knows? It's just stuff. You can replace stuff. You can't replace certain things in life. But watches, cars, hobbies, stuff like that. It's just shit. It's just stuff.
I got to tell you, the 43 is a really good. I think a 43 would be good for you, Mike. But I love a sub personally. There's something about a Submariner that just makes it special to me.
Yeah,
I love
mean-
a Submariner. Okay.
I think the sub is a little more iconic than the Sea Dweller. You know, like if somebody came up and said "nice Submariner," you'd have to say, "Oh, it's not a sub; it's a Sea Dweller." Because I think most people would look at anything but a
Especially with the
44.
Cyclops glass they've added there. It's very hard to
Yeah,
tell.
exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. The 44 doesn't have the Cyclops, and it's visibly larger. It's kind of
We got a super
obvious
chat.
what it
Patel
is.
Philippe, $5. Mike the Snake, don't feel bad about selling your watches to get an iconic Porsche. Archie sold his annual calendar to buy a Viking piano. Yes, actually, I did. Yes, but
Pianos are
the kids
expensive,
learned
man.
piano. The wife liked piano. It was all okay. Let's go and have a look, Mikey. If we were to look at David SW, let's go and have a look, Mike.
Okay.
My dream watch. I tell you my dream watch, right? I would love to have a day date, but they are fucking. I want a 40 mil, okay? Because I'm not I'm not a small guy.
Yeah.
48. Look at that. 48, 50, 50, 57. Fuck. Why is it so much different?
I think you have to kind of take the prices
Why
and,
is that
and
so
take an
different?
average. Make sure you're talking about like watches.
Oh, that's the slate dial, the ombre dial. Okay.
Yeah.
65. See, that's a lot of money for me, Mikey Poo.
Oh, I think for anybody, man.
Now, let's go and have a look here. So say we went to Sea Dwellers. What's a Sea Dweller going to cost us? Well, it's a Sky Dweller. Sorry, wrong dweller, Fikers.
The same place had a seed. Not a Sea Dweller. It was the Yachtmaster with the platinum bezel.
How much?
40. I think around 9.
Yeah, I think you got to get what you want. You're not the sort of guy who mentions the Yachtmaster. You always mention the sub. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sub or Sea Dweller for sure.
You got to.
Well, but I'm also like starting from scratch again with my collection. and you know, just I mean, you're the first video I watched, Arch, and you know, as far as I'm concerned, the beginning of any decent watch collection kind of begins with a sub, and I don't know though, if or a date just sub or a date just, right? You start there, then the obvious second buy would be a Speedy, and then the third buy would be either a Daytona or a GMT, um, and then like if it were me, I really like the OP41. That would be I'd buy as a dress, just a plain Jane hand winder. I love hand winders. I really, really love hand winders. And then I'd branch out. Then I might like start looking at Pams. I've not owned a number of Panerais that I've loved, and I will own another Pam someday. Um,
I must say,
and
Mike, look at this Sea Dweller here. Okay, I tell you what I like about it. Let me tell you what I like about this watch. Okay. I like
love
the
it.
heft of it. Okay, number one, I love the fact it doesn't have a fucking helium escape valve like a pimple. Okay. It's just
Yes,
it's
agreed.
discreetly on the side of the case there, just discreetly, right?
Yes,
In fact, you don't even know it's there. It's so perfect.
exactly.
I like the
It-
fact it also, I like Sea Dweller in red writing,
mhm.
right? It seems a bit more chunky than a Submariner. Can I say that to you?
It is more chunky,
I know and it looks more chunky, right?
and it doesn't it have the same glide lock clasp?
Yes, I believe so,
Yeah,
Mike.
yeah, and man, yeah. So I
And
mean,
now the big controversy is the Cyclops. Many traditional Sea Dweller people, they originally bought the 40 mil. This was in pre-ceramic. They liked the Sea Dweller because it didn't have the Cyclops on the date. You see what I mean?
the 44.
No. So that's the Deep Sea was the 44. No,
Oh yes.
the Sea Dweller that was out before ceramic, like early 2000s. Okay.
Oh yeah. No, that was the
They
only
like the fact
issue I
that the
had
Sea
with them.
Dweller never had the magnifier.
Yeah, and the problem is I could never read the date because the date is so micronic. You kind of need that Cyclops to be able to like actually read the date and use that complication. You remove that Cyclops from this watch or a sub date, and you can't read the date is just too small. Um, in my opinion. And the 44, it magnifies everything because of the thickness of the crystal, so it
The
doesn't.
43
Yeah,
was.
I know. I'm just saying the 44, because it has the thick crystal, doesn't need a Cyclops. The 43 does because it's got more of a traditional crystal.
Does that make any
Uh,
difference?
Well, the 44, the crystal's kind of domed a little bit, if I remember correctly, and the 43 and the sub have like a flat topped crystal. It's flat across the top, and then you have, if it's a date, you've got the Cyclops, and
Okay.
if the Sea Dweller doesn't have, aside from this one, the like pre-ceramic Sea Dwellers 40s and the
Now,
44s don't have them.
I got to ask you something, Mikey. would you ever go solid gold?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, white gold for sure, any day of the week.
Okay, let's have a look
Yellow.
here. We're going to go into these here.
Love to get a Smurf. The blue white tile or
Now
white gold.
this is the new deep sea.
Oh yeah, they came
Would
out
this
with a
be a
new
dream watch for
one.
you? Now look at that. Look at that, Mikey.
Holy moly. That's a whole lot of love there. It's you know what? I'm just yellow gold. I don't know. I'd have to.
86,000 Australian. Holy fuck, man.
Yeah. See, that's probably the main determining factor. Is this just so
Now the
far
only
out of
thing
my
is on the
ability?
back, it's actually got a titanium back. You see that?
Well, that's cool. I think this is the Sweet Dweller, right? Deep Sea, Super Deep Sea, or
Yeah,
whatever.
the deep sea. Yeah, deep sea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that titanium caseback is part of their whole system. They have like an inner cage that you know works pushes up and keeps the crystal from compressing in, and that titanium caseback is part of the whole design. So I believe that's why it is titanium. If it were gold, it'd probably deform at the depths that it's supposed to be able to go to.
I see.
Because
How deep would you want to go, Mikey?
me, I don't even get along with water very well. I just want to make sure it doesn't. If I have to stick my hand in the clogged sink to unclog a hot sink that's clogged up or something, that I'm not going to ruin my watch, basically. Or if I go swimming,
How many times does the sink clog up?
It happened to me once I was wearing my father's Pogue, and when I got done fixing things, I noticed that the watch was kind of foggy, and I ran directly to my jeweler. So it was only foggy for a half an hour, and he opened it up and dried it right out, and lubed it up, and I got it back. And then I've actually had it rebuilt one more time since then, because it started to run like not perfect, and so I took it in. It's been rebuilt twice so far, but the outside's been left alone. My dad's patina, all my dad's scratches, all that, those are still there. And
what do you want to buy next, Mike? I want to ask you that.
I'd love to get a sub 41 or a Sea Dweller 43, probably. Those would probably be number one.
We've got a super chat here. Patel Philippe, $5. AC3, your thoughts on plastic picking up the deep sea gold? Yeah, I reckon that would suit him. He is a big, chunky monkey of a guy. He was a forward in football. He played rugby league.
Wow.
Yeah, rugby league. One of the big, brutal sports. He was a jock. He was a jock. Plastic was a jock. I was a nerd. Plastic was a jock.
There you go. And you need to get the big baller, fuck you, get out of my way watch.
But see, I think it's too big for Mark Goldberg. I think the 40 mil sub is perfect.
Yeah. Mark doesn't have, he's got decent sized wrists, but he doesn't have like skinny wrists. but 44, or is the newest Sea Dweller even bigger than 44? Did they go even bigger than 44 with their latest?
The Deep Sea was 44. You know, the James Cameron.
Yeah, the one I owned. But didn't they
You had
come
that,
out?
did you?
Yeah, I had a James
You
Cameron.
did.
Yeah. I had a 41 millimeter sub, date, and a James Cameron, both.
What did you get for your James Cameron? Did you lose on that?
Yeah. No, I lose on everything always. That's just a given. But I was wanting the Porsche more at the time, so.
Do you regret that in hindsight
No.
now? If you could turn.
No, not at all, man. You're on this journey called life, right? And if you are walking around like looking back and feeling bad about stuff you've done, or I don't think that's just not me. I'm always looking forward. So, Arch, I've only got a few more minutes. I've got to pick my mother up, and we're going to a family
mate. That's okay.
family dinner at my brother's house. Which is special because both my brothers are going to be there, and it's rare that the three of us get together. And my brother smoked one of the wild boars that I shot on our hunting trip. Yeah, so we're having smoked wild boar for dinner tonight that I shot a month ago. How cool is that?
Wow, that's amazing.
And you know what I had last night?
No, what did you have, mate?
I had elk hamburger that my nephew shot. My whole family's big into hunting, but my nephew won a like they have a lottery system for some to be the ability to take certain
Have you ever
animals.
shot moose? Moose can be quite. Oh, there you go. You grab that, Mike. That's Mikey there. We're talking to Mikey. Guys, we need someone else to jump on. We need someone to jump on to keep the show going. We need some panelists. Come on, guys. Have some panelists. Have a heart. Come on the stream. Talk to us about watches. We want to talk wristwatch fantasies. We want to have some fantasies. We got HR joining me. Hello, HR. How are you?
Hey, guys. Hey, Michael.
Hey, HR.
What's going on?
Going to a family dinner tonight with my brothers and my mother.
Oh, we got a super chat very quickly. Colorado, Galicia, $2. You always wore and loved the Pelagos, Mike the Snake. You did.
I did, and I probably will. I know I will own another Pelagos, version 1 only.
Mike, I ordered a vase from you a while ago. It was delivered, but you said it was red, but it's actually green. Can I get my money back?
No refunds. No refunds, HR man. No refunds.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, sorry,
This
man.
Tesco. This is not Tesco Lotus. Low backs. Low backs.
Mark.
Low back. Mark.
Mikey.
More.
HR.
Yes.
It's funny. Archie and other people say H. They pronounce H with an with the H,
Which is why I said it.
And it's funny though because people give me
To
a
my
bad
fellow
time.
American, why do you think America's the best place in the world? Explain.
America is the best place in the world because you can achieve the American dream. They have freedom. You
Home of the
are
free.
not judged by your skin color. your
Yes,
race
you are.
or your religion.
Yes, you are.
You're judged on
Oh, yeah.
your ability to sell product.
Can I tell you the
Yeah.
best thing?
I
the
can't
best thing
breathe.
about
I
America?
can't breathe. I can't breathe. Yes.
HR, can I
No.
tell you the best thing about America?
Go on.
Neither you nor NARC are here. That's
Ooh.
best thing we got
Oh, wind it back. Wind it back. Put the purse away, Mark. Put the purse away.
Oh, hello, Mikey. I just got a super chat here. We got one from Mobster, and Mobster says, if AP made a Chingao Mike the Snake collab, what would it be? Chingao, motherfuckers! Chingao, motherfuckers. It would be cool.
Archie,
be
can
cool.
I ask you your advice?
Yes.
So let me ask one thing for you, right? When I was driving back from work today, somebody drove into the back of me. They're completely at fault, and I've got an email outlining that they're accepting full liability.
It's
I
only
asked
gay if
him-
you. It's only gay if you enjoy it.
I asked him for £200 cash, and I won't go to the insurers, but I'm going to go to the insurers anyway. Do I keep the money or give it back to him?
Or give it back.
I'd give it
That's a
back.
boring answer.
What happens? Why would
yeah.
you ask for it? I don't like to change your mind. Why would you do that?
Because I didn't. Well, basically, he put a dent in the back of my car, and I thought I'd leave it like that. But I want to get the under chassis reviewed just in case there's additional damage.
Chassis.
So take it
Archie,
to
you
the
used to be so
insurers.
corrupt. You used to be
Get
so
paid.
fun. What happened? I want to
So
hear
you were
you being
rear-ended,
toxic.
HR? Or you were rear-ended and you didn't like it? Is that what you're trying to tell us? Because you
I
sound
didn't like
you
it.
might have liked
It hurt my neck. It hurt my neck, Mark.
I'm sure it helped more than your neck.
Yankee Doodle, $2. Can people achieve their dreams in AU, Australia? Good question. The problem here, I tell you honestly, the cost of living is so fucking high. And it's hard to achieve your dreams if 50% of your wage goes into rent or housing cost.
Yeah, but Arch, you know the secret is you have to have family and parents that spoil you. I only pay £200 a month for my mortgage. Yes.
Well, that accident paid a whole month.
That's 100%
Of
there,
course,
Mark.
I believe we're talking about to your mother for the basement, but it's okay. Whatever floats your boat.
Wait. It's too late for me to understand that. Wait. Archie, what's new in your world there, bud?
I gotta tell you guys, seriously, I really do enjoy spending time talking with you guys.
Do you?
Yeah, it's really cool. I love it.
Or even me and Jake?
Yeah, I do. You guys are cool. Mike the Snake is cool. People can achieve their dreams here. The problem is, it's unfortunately, in my opinion, it's getting harder. It's harder.
It's hard.
And unfortunately, you needed to be British to do well. If you were foreign, there was a bit of racism in Australia. I must say that. My father felt that. But I must say, Australia is a great country, and it's great for one reason. You know why it's great here?
Kangaroos?
The bitches. Wait, I retract that.
The Americans stopped us being taken over.
From the
Americans in World War II would be speaking, "Konnichiwa, motherfuckers!" Hey!
Of course, you were just in Japan.
If my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bike.
Domomo Regato, Mr.
I gotta tell you seriously,
Roboto.
The Americans did a lot for us, and we support you guys too. We support you guys too. We love you guys, and
We thank you for your service.
we thank you for your service.
You got those sandworms over there, man. Those things just
Fuck,
scared
Mike.
the shit out of me, man.
That all over me. you are obsessed with the sandworms this week.
Oh, well, they scared the shit out of me, man.
Hey,
Archie
Mike,
showed
you
a
ever
video of the
put one of those on the end of your penis?
No.
Which is bigger.
It felt pretty good last time.
We have found out that Mike is endowed. We found this out. I don't know how he revealed it, but he did.
He's in debt.
He's endowed.
I wouldn't say that.
I thought
Mikey,
you did say.
just keep the myth going, man.
Right?
Just keep the myth going. It's
I'd say
Hey, Mike,
average,
when you ran the
average.
pawn shop, did you ever have any intimate relations with some of the local cum sluts out the back of the shop?
I got to tell you something. One thing I will say is this: I thought I was pretty. I always
Answer the
thought I was
question. Answer the
below
question.
average. Hey, let me just say this: below, right? But someone gave me these Japanese condoms, and they said these are amazing.
They're very small.
I could never get them to fit. I thought,
Yeah.
oh.
They're very,
And
very.
you know, the funny thing is, right? I got to tell you, the funny thing is that seriously, many of us have some insecurities. You know, whether we're short, whether we're fat or balding, we've all got insecurities, including HR man.
No, I don't. I'm a Rolex wearer, and I don't use plastic condoms on my sub.
I took them
Go,
off.
go on. Take that in. Take that diss in, Mark. Take it in.
I took them off. I took the slip covers off quite a while ago.
Oh, I
But
baby
think
my
you have
watch.
to-
I baby my
believe-
watch, HR. I don't want to get any scratches on it. Oh,
I believe you have to have a gold sub to be able to talk.
there certainly are some vicious panelists here.
I must say, your gold sub, Marky. I think for you, let me ask you, what's your opinion on this monster, the deep sea? What's your opinion on this baby? It's too. I don't like the back. It should be, it's got a. What do you think of it? Tell me, Marky.
I don't like the back either because it just sticks out being titanium. And this is the same as the James Cameron, only in solid gold. And the James Cameron's barely wearable as it is without adding like 100 more grams to it. So
This watch is beautiful. It screams, "Get the fuck out of my way! I've entered."
I think you need an 8-inch wrist to pull this off, or close to it, to be honest. Especially if you're going to daily it. And if you spend that kind of money, you're going to want to daily it.
You know what I'd use this for? When I'm on the yacht, I would use it to open the
sinker?
champagne bottles, and I'd pop it like that. Bang!
You could use it as an anchor.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Mark, why's your camera not? No, Mike, why's your camera not on? Are you jerking off? What are you doing?
Thinking about
Oh
you.
yeah. Here's the big boy.
Well, HR, yours isn't on.
Yeah, but I'm trying to be like Narc, so I never have my camera on.
Yes, but Narc is fat and ugly. What about you?
Maybe I am fat and ugly.
Oh,
Fat, ugly, 6'7", driving a Skoda with a Rolex hanging out the side of the window.
Sexy.
Skoda, huh?
Yeah.
What model?
Kodiak 7-seater.
Oh, so it's like a big station wagon.
An SUV.
SUV. Oh, okay.
Sports utility vehicle there, Mike.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, Skoda made some rally vehicles back in the 80s. I might be wrong about
In the 80s, I was merely a thought in my father's eye at that point, my Mike.
No, maybe it was Metro.
Sexual. Speaking of which, have a look.
Look at what
I got to tell you,
the
Marky,
watch?
did you? I even think for you, I think the 40's better. I think the 41.
It is. My
the
wrist
clasp
is not.
is a bit.
Yeah.
Tell me this. In the 40, it had white writing or gold writing on the 40.
Gold.
Guys, I gotta go. Jake's just hung up with his girlfriend. We're gonna have a threesome. See you later.
Oh, sweet. Have fun,
Jake
man.
on HR crime.
I loved my 40mm Sea Dwellers. I loved them more than my subs, honestly, because they fit me better.
Well,
I have
they're chubbier.
Yeah, and I have a permanent dimple in my hand from my Submariners that will like.
Oh yeah, we've all got that little callus right there from.
Yeah. No, I don't know if you can see it.
The little crown callus.
Right there.
Yeah.
See it?
we've all been deformed by our hobby.
Yeah, exactly. I've been deformed a little more
Oh, that's
severely
Rolex
with my
wrist.
hobbies.
That's Rolex wrist,
We all have
Mikey.
it. Yeah, it's right here. Can you see it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, 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 yes.
Too funny.
I got to
when
tell
I
you
went down
something.
on-
If you wear a Sprite, you won't have it, but will you?
You know what? That's one of the nicest things about it, is it goes the other way,
That is a
Yeah.
cool watch.
much like myself. But I'm enjoying the Pepsi lately, especially since I discovered. I'll show you a picture. Give me a second.
What it does when you
Well,
when
it goes
you,
purple.
UV it.
So in regular light, it's
Yeah.
you know, take a look. In strong light, it goes purple. In regular light, it's it's a reasonably deep blue.
Huh.
But that's what happens to it, and yeah, crazy, cool.
But doesn't it do something else when you put UV to it?
And yeah, it does. Here it is in weaker light, so it looks blue, blue, blue. And here it is under the strong light, and it's gone freaking purple. When you put UV light on it, the entire bezel goes bright red. The whole thing.
Yeah.
Just goes red.
That's actually really kind of cool. You know, it's like
it's wonky, but
a master of disguises watch, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, there's just certain processes in manufacturing that are somewhat flawed. I think they've gotten it supposedly better and better, or more and more correct, because that's why there's like Mark 1 through like I think Mark 5 on the Pepsi. And supposedly why they've been in short supply, they just don't make that many.
I did hear about them having issues with the red.
Well, that was a rumor.
Rumor or something. Like I said, I only heard about it.
The echo chamber. It is the echo chamber of YouTube.
Yeah.
Member chat.
Here we go. John C, member for 4 months. Has Mrs. Lai ever sucked it dry at the Sukhothai?
It all rhymes. Has Mrs. Lai sucked it dry at the Sukhothai? Rude, but definitely poetic.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that I saw sucked dry at the Sukhothai was a bunch of crab claws at the buffet with Archie slurping them,
nice,
depopulating the entire ocean single-handedly.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
And that lady in that movie was referred to as 47. She's now 57.
Goodness.
That was 10 years ago.
How time flies.
Arch, I gotta.
Hey, Mikey,
I've got to say goodbye. I'm off to family dinner. Mark, love you, man.
Mike, love you back. Mike.
And we'll catch you tomorrow for sure, eh?
Hey, man, thanks for coming on, man. I really do appreciate it, Mikey. Sorry, Mikey. Mikey.
I can go too. Then you'd be all alone.
Right on. Love you too, Arch. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
It's a love fest around here, guys. How about showing the love with a few more super chats?
Super chats. Yeah,
you know
Mikey. I want to show you my collection is complete now, okay? It's done.
Is it? What happened? Oh, dear God. Did you get the Panerai? What's going on? What's happening?
Don't say that, okay?
Mm. Ah, he has. He has indeed.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, it is.
I got it on installments, okay? He said to me, look, I don't want to use my HELOC to buy the watch. Thank you, but no thank you.
Is it handy?
Said, can we do installments?
Can you show us?
Installments.
Can you pluck it out of the box?
I don't have them all at home, but I've got a few.
Do you have that one?
I do.
I figured, because you're not going to lock up your new toy quite yet.
No. Now, how did you know that? You're not going to lock up.
Because I have the same disease as you. You're in the honeymoon phase. All right, hold on. Let's have a close look at that. We need to kind of see it. Let's look at the back of it now. You got to take it off the little pillow. Come on, really show it off. was a little thick, a little thick.
Hey, that's what they all say, Mark.
Much like us. Okay, go ahead and put it on. We need to see it on
On
wrist.
the back, it's got the most beautiful.
Yeah, we want to see the back.
It has got the most beautiful display back. Look.
Oh, that's a very plain movement, but yes, indeed, you can see the escapement and the, you know,
see it moving. Look at that.
The movement. So, it's manual wind, no rotor.
No rooted rotor. No rotor to get rooted. Rooted rotor.
Not this time. Now, can you put it on wrist but show it off the Mark Goldberg way so we can actually kind of see how it fits the wrist instead of the. There we go. Oh, you did that with more flair than I do. I don't think it's too big for you. I think it works because it's got short lug width.
Yeah. And I'm wearing the Breguet. You know that?
The Bregsta. I do know that. All right, we got a couple of super chats.
Oh, we got a super chat. Super chat.
It's
$5. Patel Philippe AC3. Which YouTube celebrity stated their segment with "Welcome to the program, welcome to the show"? That's Andy Hunter.
Andy Hunter. This is your host, Andy Hunter. I am Adrikos. I missed that guy.
I used to love.
He was a great guy.
Remember, he did Friday Night in the Dark.
Yeah. You know what? I when I make videos now, I always start them out with "Welcome to the program, welcome to the show," because it's my homage to Andy Hunter. I start all my videos like that.
I got to tell you, he was a really nice man. I'm not just saying, like, when everyone dies, they say they were good and they were this. And that.
No, but he was. He really, it's true. His on-screen persona was very, I dare you to knock this chip off my shoulder. That was his on-screen persona. But when you would talk to him off air, he was gentle. And not only that, he was generous. I did not even know how to upload a YouTube video. And he taught me. Like, he told me everything. A lot of guys want to keep stuff secret so that they, you don't compete with them. But Andy just kind of laid it out and told me exactly how to do everything. So he was very, very, very warm guy.
He was a very good guy. And
indeed.
Super chat, Rich Mitch, £2. Oh no, it's a shitter. Why would they say it's a shitter? It's not. It's a Pam.
It's a Panerai. It doesn't fall into it doesn't even fall into the mid-tier garbage. It's a little better than that, wouldn't you say? But now, as you're sniffing your hunk of metal there, tell us, what documentation do you need to get with a PAM to be sure it's not one of those super clones?
Well, actually, this one here has got full box papers and a recent official PAM service.
Oh, that's good to know.
And he was so keen to sell it to me. The installment plan.
I wonder why. Why do you think? Why was he so keen to sell it to you? I mean, offload it. I mean, sell it. What do you think that was?
They're hard to sell. I get it.
They're hard to shift. All right.
But that doesn't make it a terrible watch.
That's true.
John Galt, member for 24 months. Archie luxury or Archie mid-tier luxury? No bueno.
Bueno. No bueno.
Look, it is. I kind of
24 months though. 24 months a member. That's a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, that's almost like how long I've got to pay the watch back.
Well, maybe John is going to be helping you out with that over the next 24 months. Next one, super chat. Here it is.
Drill Phil Bill, $5. Pull up my 3-piece collection meal deal. This would be filling and last a long time. Where did you send it? Where did you send it?
Yeah, did you send it in the WhatsApp? And if it wasn't recently, then send it.
Tell me where do I get it from?
And if it wasn't recent, send it now to archieluxury72@gmail.com. Or if you have Archie's WhatsApp, put it there. Tell us, Drill Phil Bill.
Wow.
Little Dave asked if the clones don't have papers.
Oh my God, this is actually beautiful.
Usually not. Did you get it? You find it?
It's actually a nice collection, to be honest with you.
Well, put it up.
I'm just forwarding it to my other email address.
Gotcha. Drill Phil, we're going to have a look at it.
He's got a Lange in there. I'll give you a spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
There's some money already. Even a cheap Lange is expensive.
Exactly. What is a cheap Lange? That's an oxymoron, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, what's their cheapest? Like in the 17 to 20 range. Oh, wow.
This is quite nice.
So we got the Lange. Is that the Lange 1? Which one is that?
That's a Lange 1.
Yeah.
He's got a Omega Speedmaster 861, and he's got a Datejust. He doesn't tell me he's a 41 or
Well,
36.
that looks like a 41 with a fluted bezel on it. Well,
normally when they don't tell you, it means it's a 36.
Well, I'm just basing this on if you look at the Lange on his wrist, it just gives you a sense of how big his wrist is. I don't know. Just a guess. This is a guy who likes bigger watches.
Pieces, Marky, these 3 pieces, Lange, Omega, and a Rolex. Does he need any? That's fucking perfect.
Well, you know, there is something missing.
What's that? A Pepsi.
Well, okay. So, you know, there's no GMT, there's no chrono, but for me, really the most important thing missing, because he has a chrono because of the speedy. But anyway, a diver. I'd throw a diver in there and you're done. But what diver would go with that if you were going to add a diver? Because he's got one watch per brand, and do we want to ruin that, or do we want to pick a diver that he doesn't have from a brand he doesn't have?
Would you say like a brochure?
Like a Blancpain? 50 Fathoms, maybe? 50 Fathoms? I'm trying to do 50 Fathoms. So, yeah, a Blancpain.
Blancpain, what do you think? 57?
Yeah, or what else? What other diver, not Rolex, because he's got a Rolex. What else could you put in there?
It is just pissing down in rain. I got back home now. Heavy fucking rain. My God. It is really annoying, Mark.
Gary, how's the weather in Brisbane? It only says chance of rain. Well, little does it know. All right.
We got another super chat. We got Little Dave, $3. Super sticker. What super sticker did he send? Little Dave send me.
Super sticker.
Super sticker. What did he send me? Let me have a look. Having a look now.
I can't really see the sticker, but maybe it's on the app.
Oh, why do you collect watches? Collect, invest. I'm into obsolete things. Yeah, that's about right. Fuck.
You know, we do it to fill the gaping hole in our souls.
Oh, and the super sticker is, it's a pair. Thank you.
Mike Hawk trolling me hard in the in the chit chat. Okay,
We got another super chat here. Patel Philippe, $5. Please play a few minutes of the vid in the WhatsApp.
And here we go.
Oh my God, this is an interesting video. I don't know if I'm going to like this, Mark.
Well, we don't know till we find out. Push the button. And here we go. 3, 2, 1, 0.
How are you, miserable, nasty cunters today? And I had a knock at the door, and I've had a delivery. That's right, fuckers. I tell you how I'm going to fight the ratings war. Quality content of luxury wristwatches. And I'm going to do an unboxing. Fuck! It's a Tudor! Let's have a look, fuckers. Wowzers. And if we look at the side here, it's even got the price on this little cutter. It's even got the price on this cutter. Can you see the price? It was, what the fuck was it? Maybe that's the model number. Anyhow, cunters, don't worry about that.
Fuck, that was like,
Let's unbox. Oh, wowzers.
This
Look
was
at this
real
quality. It's a Tudor, fuckers. Wow. Wowzers. Wowzers, fuckers. It's got that. The interior's gone a little bit shitty. Fuck, Tudor. You got to bring your game up a bit. You know, I mean, fucking Tudors, you know. So let's have a look. We got books here. What do we got, fuckers? We got books. What does this say? Let's have a look, fuckers. Oh, it just tells you how to set the cutter. How to set the cutter. Looks like we got some sort of chronograph, Archie. This is what happens when you buy things when you're completely drunk, Archie. And, August 2010. That's, it was 2,570 fucking euros. That's not too bad. What do you reckon, cunters? What do you fuckers think of that? Now, let's open the watches up. This is what happens. Archie's been buying things when he's completely shit-faced. And I can't even remember ordering this. That is a worry, fuckers. We got, oh my God, lads.
The Tupperware?
Wow.
Tupper, Earl Tupper.
Two watches here. Fuck. Let's get the first one.
I'm on the
unwrapped.
fridge here,
Let's
by
get
the way.
this
If you look
cunter
close,
out of
there
the
I am
box.
on your fridge.
Let's get this cunter out.
I think you
Now,
still owe me.
fuckers, calm down. Be good little cunters. Be good cunters. Be good cunters. Happy cunters. Nasty. Wow.
fuck, this is ugly.
Wowzers, fuckers. Cunters. What do you think? Wow, it's a Tudor with a racing strap. Fuck, that is so fucking retro. Tudor chronograph, fuckers. There we go. What do you say to that? You miserable, nasty, foul-mouthed fuckers. You nasty, foul-mouthed vinyl fuckers. I do love a Tudor. I love a quality Tudor. This is a Tudor. Wowzers, fuckers. Tudors. How's that for cool? Tudor. Fuck you, Rolex. Yes, it's a bit of an interesting fucking Tudor. Yeah, it is interesting.
You look enthused.
I'm not sure if it's my cup of tea or not.
Yes.
What do you cunters think? I can always sell it on the channel. What do you think? If I don't like it, I can always sell it on the fucking channel. Wowzers, that's a...
My hair was so thick
Don't
there,
buy
Marky.
things when you're drunk.
So
you know
rich and
that?
thick.
That's not a bad Tudor.
The good news is you weren't
That's not-
skinny.
What do you reckon, fuckers? No, it's actually quite cool. It's a nice Tudor.
It's
Sports
so cool. Oh.
racing strap, fuckers.
How long
That's
did
a
it
cool
last?
Tudor. And what else have you got
Unsellable.
here, Archie?
Still
what
got
else
it then.
have you done, big boy? Well, let's. Oh,
The burglars would have left it.
Panerai, Archie.
It's a white Panerai. Remember this? It was impossible
Archie?
to tell.
Fucking
No
hell,
box
Archie,
or
what are you
cable.
doing for these fucking things here? Because I can't see it. What do we got? Oh my god! It's a Panerai, fuckers. It's a Panerai Lumina Merino.
Yeah, that kind of.
You know, if it wasn't white, I'd like it a little better than the one you currently have.
Yeah.
You know, nobody likes a white pan though. Nobody likes a white one. I don't know why.
Super chat, Mitch, $2, £2. What should I add for a perfect 3-piece?
Well, does he mean like from scratch? Like which 3?
Rich Mitch, did you send me a pic?
Are we starting from 0 or do you have 2 and we are adding 1?
I think I know.
Archie's got a lot to keep track of, guys. You have to give him some detail. He's tracking many hundreds of collections, most of which are overdue watch reviews.
That's it. That's
So
it,
help
Mike.
us out, Rich. Tell us what else you got, and then we'll direct Archie to answer you in detail.
Yes. That's the thing, Mikey.
It is the thing. So what happened to that Tudor? Let's go back in time. First of all, I'd like to mention I'm on the fridge. You're blocking me right now, but I am on your fridge. Now, those were fun times. Now, what happened to that Tudor? Oh, wait, you still have it.
No, we did. We had good times together, didn't we?
I don't know. Did we? Oh, you and me. Yes, we had. We've had our ups. We've had our downs. We had a 3-way with a rancher going for a while. But, you know, in a 3-way, someone's feelings always get hurt. So the rancher now just trolls us in the comments. He left me a voicemail. Hang on, I'll play it. Literally, it just came through by text. An audio message. Hang on, here we go.
What does that mean?
He's yin-yang me because I'm here. That's why. He's lording it over me because he doesn't have to, he doesn't have to show up here. Well, I mean, nobody has to show up here. We do it for love, and we do it for you have no friends friendship that we share together, all of us.
Look at this. Here's a question. The Starkster collection looking a bit tired these days. Arch, to be honest, question. In Oz, can your watch purchases be written off as a business expense given your occupation? Come on, read this non-chat. No, they can't. Even the burglary where I lost 300,000 Australian in watches. Guess what? I would love to have written that off against my taxes. Absolutely. My accountant said, you can't do it. And I don't want to do.
We need a new accountant. Wait, isn't that your father?
If you don't like, no, he just said you can't do it. He said, I'd love to. He just told me, he said, you're asking for trouble. I said, okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Super chat.
And we got another super chat here. Rich Mitch, tell me what you got. I want to think about what should I add for a perfect. Tell me what you got. I vaguely remember, but I'm
Here it is. It's on screen now.
Oh, Rich Mitch
Super chat. On screen.
got the Explorer 40 and an 80s two-tone Santos. Oh, okay. I'd add a two-tone bluesy.
Well, then that's 2 Rolexes and one Cartier. That's out of balance. And then it's also two tones. I'm surprised that you didn't say "Man on the fucking moon" for this one. That's what I would have thought. Want to rethink it? Or you stand by your story? William Gaudrian, we're coming back to you.
AC3, give us your best strip club
Wait,
story.
real quick. Just read this one.
William Gaudrian, €2. This is the Archie I miss.
See,
Thank you.
Here we are. And now, Patel Philippe would like a nasty story. A bedtime story.
AC3, give us your best strip club story. I had a friend of mine who actually, well, we're not friends anymore. Picked up this Chinese girl, busty as fuck, from a strip club. He just spoke to her. I think he paid her for a lap dance. He said, "Oh, let's just talk." And he ended up going out with her. I thought she was very attractive lady. And yeah, no. That's so the moral of the story is, don't oogle and be an ass. Sometimes you can pull them from a strip club. You can pull them. Very difficult, but because often, oh, I went out with a stripper once. Yes, I did. But they've all very insecure. I'll tell you this. I didn't fuck her. It was hard, okay?
Wait, it was hard or it wasn't hard? If you didn't fight her.
She was such a prude out of the club. You know what I mean?
Wow. Yeah.
It's sort of.
I do know what you mean. I've experienced that.
You think if they're in that profession, they would be fantastic, but a lot of them are fucking lousy.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe she just didn't like me.
Well, she went with you.
She used me. I was honored to be the one that she chose to do things.
You chauffeured her around.
I did a little.
A little more detail, please.
I did have a lap dance with her. And then I asked her out and she said, okay. But I didn't get any action or anything like that.
Well, you forgot the 20s.
And then I went back to the club and picked her friend up.
That will get a bottle broken over your head in Thailand.
No, but both of them never really liked me that much. Both insecure. Both ended up getting breast implants. Both. Insecure is the word, you know?
I had do you know of a strip club in Melbourne called Santa Fe Gold?
Yes.
I don't even know if it's still there, but in the 90s, it was a pretty amazing place if you like boobies and naked women.
I love your strip club stories. You can relate to the girls. You're like kryptonite. Look, I'm gay.
Well, that's what happened. This girl was like because there's a thing that strippers have where when they're working you, there's just a thing that they have. And I looked at her as she was, like trying to work me. And I looked at her and I said, "Oh, honey, I've got kryptonite." And she goes, "Oh my God, you're guy," in her little cute little Aussie accent. I was like, "Yeah." She goes, hold my purse. I'm going to be in your lap all night. And she would just go make her money and then come sit and blabber with me and sit in my lap. And she goes, "You're my new best friend all night." And so it was.
What a lovely story, Marky.
Yeah, she was beautiful. I just asked her at one point, just keep your nipple out of my eye. And it is if they think that you have kryptonite, I mean, honestly, guys, I feel like you should just go to the strip club, study up, pretend to be gay, and then they want to try and turn you, you know. And of course, you know, most of you'd be turnable. Van Lux, did I get hard? No. Ew. No. Much like Archie. It wasn't hard, fuckers. It wasn't hard. But anyway, I'm just saying, in my experience, you know, when you have kryptonite and you could just kind of laugh. I don't mean laugh at them, but just kind of laugh and tell them, that's not going to work. I know what you're doing, but it doesn't work. It's like sort of pulling the curtains off of, you know, off the Wizard of Oz. Well, we have a lovely donation from the Rancher.
The Rancher, $2. Thank you, Rancher.
Okay, you know what? In revenge for that $2, don't move. I'm getting the mug. He's just been too active in the chat room. I'm pulling him out of the peanut gallery and I'm bringing him on board.
Yeah.
This mug shall be rubbed. It's rubbing me the wrong way. Hold on. We have to do this the right way. Here we are. First we spank the mug, then we lovingly rub his little face. I think we rub his little face. It's a little dirty inside because I don't use it for anything. This is actually just dust because this mug is kept enshrined. He has actually tried to pay Satan's Kitten substantial money to break this mug, to break the spell, but I have forbidden the kitten from touching this. It's actually under lock and it's in a safe better than yours. All right, Clyde, you have been summoned. Do your thing. Oh, Archie, you better put the. Oh, never mind. I'll send him a link.
And I'll
You can post it too.
I'll post it and I'll send it to him personally as well.
Yes. Good idea. This way we can annoy him with multiple texts, which I always love doing.
I just sent it.
There we go.
Oh, the last time I sent him a link was the 12th of August.
What year?
24.
Oh, he's trouble. He's a troubled soul, our Rancher. But you know, I think it would be a blast to go to a strip club with Rancher. Also, I think I'm going to try and make that happen.
Yes.
Here's Clyde saying that regarding the stripper, you fed her and you paid her and you pulled her ox cart. He's so mean. He's just so freaking mean. Rancher, do what you got to do. Yes, Yuri, that's exactly what he's going to do. All right. Well, and while we're waiting for Rancher, let me ask you a question, Archie. What is your biggest watch? Okay, you can't use the robbery for this one because it's too obvious. But what's your biggest watch regret? Biggest regret. Watch regret.
Good question. My biggest regret is not enjoying them more. What I mean by that is, right, I buy things, but I tend to museum them. I just like to take a few photos and then stare at the photo. I don't even.
Yeah.
I think the biggest regret is I would have liked to have. I collect too much stuff. Instead of having 8 watches, what about just have 1 or 2 perfect watches?
Well, the quality over quantity argument, but that requires discipline, and neither of us is all that good at self-discipline.
Got a super chat, Patel Philippe, $5. Can you pull up your new Pam and try and method act like that other guy did in the video for a few minutes?
Good idea. Can you do it? Can you become the Archie luxury of yesteryear just for a few minutes?
It's a Pam! Spam Pam! There he is.
And look who we have.
The rancher has entered the room. Pam! Spam!
Is it a Pam? Is it spam? Hey, Clydesy.
Hey, well, I kept clicking on the link you gave me. It kept bringing me up to a dead live stream. I'm like, okay, I was thinking, okay, it's Christmas time. God loves me.
I was trying to be nice to you.
Yeah, you were actually.
But here you are. You found the real link. God, so sorry, but you were just being a little too aggressively, Goldberg trolling.
I was literally I'm watching you, and I was watching the live stream for like 5 minutes. You've aged like 4 years. It's like the portrait of Dorian Gay.
Oh my God, that is funny. Jesus Christ, Clyde. I am so glad that we are friends. The picture of Dorian Gay. Here's a fun fact. I nearly wasn't named Mark. It was my mother flipped a coin because what she really wanted to name me was Dorian. But I'm really glad she didn't because Dorian is kind of a tough name. And then I would have been called Dorian Gay.
Well, wouldn't that have been a pretty picture?
It was very cool.
Dorian? Is that a boy's name?
The picture of Dorian Gray. It was the portrait of Dorian Gray. It's a book, but she refrained because of the ending of the book. So she refrained.
Rancher, how have you been?
Well, good until just now.
Welcome aboard, Clydesy. Let's relive some of the good old days, like back in the Friday night with Clive live.
Well, actually, can I relive the best part of it?
No,
God damn.
You may not relieve.
You knew what I was about to do, right?
There will be no relieving.
Oh, no. I won't do that.
What do you mean then?
Okay. To me, the best part of Friday Night Live with Clive?
He was hanging up. What?
Yes.
No, you're not allowed to.
God damn it.
Uh-huh. I know you all too well, Clyde. All too well.
You do.
Mm-hmm. That's because we're all friends.
You just can't get your hands on my cock.
I do not like that, Mike. That Michael is aggressive and he's mean.
My cock, yeah. Well,
Michael.
I don't know if you want to mess with him because my cock is large.
I think of him as Michael Hawk. I don't know if he's large, but he is pointy. That's for sure.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay, wait. Where were we? I feel like you gave Patel like $1.50 of his $5 worth.
The super chat ripped me off because I was going to do he fed her, he paid her, he pulled her ox cart.
Good one. Okay, Archie, you want to just give us another moment of the old Archie for Patel Philippe's sake?
In other words, wake up.
Exactly.
Pam, what do you think of the Pam Clivers?
It's better than that white-dialed monstrosity you had.
Yeah, we were just looking at that one.
Yep. I know. I was sitting here watching you age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's developed patina.
It's a 662 Clivers.
Okay, does the 662 have does this have like an in-house movement or is it one of the older ones?
Unfortunately, it's in-house.
Yeah.
Is that bad? Why is that bad?
Well, I don't know. Like I said, to me, it's just like, well, of course, they had to go that way because they were just too goddamn easy to counterfeit because, and they're embarrassed because the counterfeiters were probably making better watches.
Better movements.
The same movements. Literally, it was just.
Remember when they used an ETA movement and said it was in-house and then they got busted?
Yes.
The Brooklyn Bridge. Not only that.
That's right, the Brooklyn edition.
But it was the worst. It was like the lowest quality.
And it was expensive.
And it was unfinished, very unfinished.
Yeah. Just like a low grade, what do they call that? E-Bosch.
Yep.
Yes. And they charged a premium for it, remember?
Premium squeeze.
It was,
$10 super chat.
$10 down in the dumps arch. Recently divorced. Just dumped my new girlfriend after she took me to Vegas and we stayed in a penthouses. A stripper gave me her number, but is playing hard to get. What do I do? Down in the dumps arch. Recently divorced. Just dumped my new girlfriend after she took me to Vegas and we stayed in penthouses. A stripper gave me her number. Fool, I wouldn't be dating strippers. They can be expensive. What
I
do you
don't.
think?
Why, Gunglutton? Why did you break up with the girlfriend? Is it because you stayed in? She took you to Vegas. It is unclear why you broke up. Please fill us in
Who
on that.
took who to Vegas?
Look,
What says she took him?
Gun Glutton, as long as there are girls with big boobies and daddy issues, you'll be fine.
Story of your life, Clyde. Right?
Oh, actually, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, I am what we would call a variation on the theme
A variation on the theme.
of daddy issues. Exactly.
Yes. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Here we are. I think he's sleeping.
Who?
The kitten.
Oh, okay.
The kitten is sleeping?
He sleeps a lot. Yeah, it's ridiculous. He's gonna wake up hungry. Then I'll have to like feed him.
Oh, yeah. Then the mug connection will be broken. Ed, wake up! Ed! Ed, time for dinner! Time for dinner, Ed! Wakey, wakey!
wakey.
Rancher, are you getting anything for Christmas?
No, I'm not. Not that I'm aware of. I'm, Yep, I'm just looking for. Well, I'm just looking for things. I'm just looking forward to see how things are going to pan out and change next year. I'm getting all the shit I can from China now.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
How are the cars going? Any updates?
No, actually, I am just, like I said, I'm down.
Did you get the Mercedes?
No, I have not, but that's fine. I'm down to 3, and I need to get rid of another one. I need to get rid of the yellow one or two. But, I wonder if
you're getting the Mercedes, aren't you?
I don't know if I am or not, frankly. There's actually some other stuff I need to be, I've got a couple of health problems I'm dealing with. So,
ooh, what's happening?
I'd rather not share that on camera.
I see. Well, I'll call you later.
Well, actually, you should just call me Clyde.
Well, I mean, you did just reveal to all, 150 of us that you're suffering health problems. But what's that got to do with a Mercedes? Maybe time to treat yourself.
Sirocco bought a Mercedes before he went.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe Clyde, don't buy the Mercedes.
Well, who bought a Mercedes? Who? What?
Sirocco sales.
Sirocco.
Ooh, yeah. I was actually looking at the video with the white Panerai.
Yes.
Was it just me, or did you really bear a resemblance to a Cupid doll?
Yeah.
Just you, Clyde. Just you.
The hair was long, the horns were short.
Just you, Clyde.
Those were the days, Clivers. We can't stay beautiful forever.
We were always young. We were younger then. We were young once.
Yesterday,
Clyde.
when I was young.
When I look at my old videos, I think, fuck, I was skinny.
Yep. Unlike now, well, you're skinny for a straight guy.
Yeah, but I'm gay fat. I'm straight, skinny, gay fat. That's the
I was trying to be nice, man.
Here we are.
Yep.
I'm working my way into a sports bra.
As long as you can have fun in life.
Well,
Mark.
okay. Well, unhook from the front or the back?
No, so far not from the back. That would be a lot worse.
Okay.
No back muffins.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, and like I said, just still messing with the espresso thing. I've.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Well, you got to explain to the punters. The watches are only one of the things that you collect.
Oh, razors! I probably need to sell some serious razors. I've got some serious Santa Claus going. I actually had people asking me,
razors. Stop shaving.
I almost want to go underground for until come out January 8th or something like that. So yeah, because the kids, I see the kids.
Oh, they all think you're Sandy.
They see me and they're looking up like, is he?
Oh, that's a good one. Good question. Super chat. It's up.
Super chat Patel Philippe $2. AC,
It's
your
up.
thoughts on chicken fried? I actually love chicken fried steak. Very, very nice.
Well,
Yeah.
chicken fried steak is awesome.
Chicken fried steak is just like makes it better.
Yeah,
But
that's Oklahoma health food.
Well, Clyde, explain how in this country it's covered in like a cream gravy.
Well, a white gravy, yes.
Yeah.
The problem I got is I've been watching a lot of videos from Outdoor Boys. That's that Mormon guy. Mormon lawyer, by the way, Clive, who goes
Okay.
camping in Alaska.
Gotcha.
And
Well,
he builds like
You will get
temporary
mauled by a bear.
shelters. And he's very he can do with the calories, but I sit on my ass all day and stream.
Yeah. Yep.
Well,
it's one
maybe.
thing- it's one thing if you're chopping wood. It's another thing if you're just shuffling paper
Well, you know what? This brings up a good
Or-
point, though.
or
Clyde.
handling wood.
What if Archie went out and hiked the outback and
Yes,
vlogged it?
exactly.
Like,
Yes.
go to Alice Springs or go to Ayers Rock and climb it.
Well, the thing is that the climate is not so much about being cold.
No,
It is
climb the
fucking
rock.
hot.
Climb,
You're not allowed to. The
climb
indigenous
Ayers Rock.
No, you're not allowed to do that now, my friend.
Well, go make friends with the Aboriginals, and you can camp out with them overnight, learn to play a didgeridoo, and just take us with you.
Or you could go to India and be treated as a god.
Oh, Clyde, yeah, that's so mean. I mean, funny, but really mean. Wow.
I mean, think about it. Shit in the street. people would probably bring you probably
things-
food and hay and virgins. I'm just
And
thinking,
for-
yeah.
all the things that get you arrested in Brisbane.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Fair point. I mean, we might have all missed, we might have really, Clyde, you missed your time. You really, but you should have been born like in the wild, wild west and been like some prairie lawyer or more, like you'd have been a hanging judge.
Yeah. Name the actual hanging judge.
You got me.
Isaac Parker.
Isaac Parker, the hanging judge.
Yep.
And Archie could have been in India, and me, I don't know, where could I have been?
You would have had slight hearing problems, and you would have been looking for the hanging judge, not having quite heard it correctly.
The hung judge. I see. Like I would be grammatically challenged.
Right.
I don't know. I think I could have been born a Caucasian, but raised in Thailand. That would have been okay too.
Well, that would be Caucasian.
See, he's clever. This Clydesy of ours.
Well,
No, I've never been to Alice Springs. Actually, I have been to Alice Springs through the magic of cinema. Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, took me to Alice Springs.
That's true. Now, who besides?
Absolutely, Boys Town. Boys Town in Pattaya.
Also, it's marked with a C.
True. That is true.
Also, Cash App.
C for cock.
$ Blondie time. $ Blondie time. If you've got the dollars, Blondie has the time.
We say that, Clyde, but you were giving away my PayPal for like 10 years and nobody ever sent me anything. So I.
Yeah, but people like Blondie.
All right. Fair point. Okay. So, Clyde.
Yes.
Archie's biggest watch regret was like museuming them, like buying them, but not like enjoying them as much. I'm guilty of that too.
Right.
I've had this thing for, I don't know, like at least a year. And this is probably only the 4th or 5th time I've ever put it on. So what's your biggest watch regret?
Well, when I initially started, the only goal I had was to enrage Archie Luxury. And I walked away from that.
That's your biggest regret.
Yeah.
I don't think Clive has regrets. He had the Amiga. He sold it. He made good money. Clive doesn't really regret things. I like his AP.
I wouldn't say it that way. I would say I made good money.
That's the thing about Clyde.
Unfortunately, it went on medical bills, Clive.
He doesn't. Yep. Clyde doesn't look back, do you, Clyde? You never rebuy anything ever.
Well, not unless Not unless I hear
Yeah,
not
that
unless I
Archie.
hear screams and horseshoes.
Here we go. Clyde is very definitive. When he makes a move, that's it. He doesn't look back. I get buyer's remorse, seller's remorse. I rebuy. I'm like, I'm tortured in a different way.
Yeah, but you have a safe word, so
Pineapple, but don't tell anybody.
yeah, we're actually having I was actually having a nice little dinner with my nephew and my greats over Sunday. And we're talking about a long discussion about the pineapple and about how the upside down. Never mind.
Urinator says that your biggest watch regret is Stickergate, basically.
Possibly. Yep.
I don't think you really care, do you?
Well, I don't want to say I don't care because that would make me sound.
Finish the sentence.
That's it.
That's all you got.
Yeah, I got it.
Well, for those of our newer viewers, Stickergate was when Clyde got the call from the AD back in the day about the Batman, the first one.
Oh.
And a lot of the punters might not remember. And he stacks $8,000 in cash because that's all it cost back then. He stacks $8,000. Now it's like 18, but he stacks $8,000 on the counter, and then they take the watch. And this was right when Rolex first started peeling the stickers off, and they peel it right in front of him. Clyde gets mad and he snatches his $8,000 and flounces out the store.
They were smart. Had they moved the cash back, I would have said no. I tendered the cash. You accepted the cash. That has completed the transaction. This is now my watch.
Exactly. And then you could have sued them. And but as Clyde is fond of reminding us, he had his revenge because they had filled out the card. They had put his name on the card back when they wrote it in with a Sharpie. Remember those days?
Yes.
And Clyde, so Clyde's name and the date are now on that card. And Clyde grabbed his cash and flounced in an episode now, renowned as Stickergate. But what it meant was Rolex, that AD, could not sell that watch new until they explained it to Rolex, and took weeks and weeks to get a new card from Switzerland.
No, I think they said they got one from New York. They said it wasn't that terribly long. I'm thinking, well, was it technically? Well, I guess since they didn't technically accept the payment, I guess it was still a new watch. But I was going to say, so wait a minute, you sold a used watch as new?
You and your tender.
Well, I could have really got him in trouble.
I wish I could have seen you flouncing out the bell tinkling, beep boop, beep boop.
Well, it's Oklahoma, so it actually there's a moo when you open the door.
Beep boop, sawadika.
So what's Archie doing now?
No, I've got to tell you, man, that's a interesting story there, but I don't think that's a bad regret.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I had my 1680 I still like, but something really caught my eye for the first time in a while, made me start thinking, maybe start itching a little bit.
You got the itch. What was it?
Well, that engineered blue dial that they just released.
You like that?
I do, actually. Genta, it's got.
Tell you what, if you buy that, I think you're going to regret that one at full retail.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, you would get something and hopefully know yourself well enough to where it would be, you only regret if you sell it.
You sell everything, Clyde.
No, actually, I've got the Breitling and one or two Rolexes.
Rare birds.
Rare birds.
I introduced them as People's Exhibit A, B, and C.
There's only two of them.
Like I said, A and B.
Right.
Guys, I'm going to wrap this show up soon.
Oh, well, it was long.
Thank you, God. Oh, thank you.
4 hours we've done the show for. 4 hour stream.
God
4 hour stream.
5 identical Pateks.
If a lady boy with HIV.
And a lady boy with HIV.
Thank you, Clyde, because Archie sings about it as well as I do.
Well, he puts about as much effort. Never mind. Sorry.
It's like he never heard the song before. I at least heard the song.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I was actually looking at the prior Archie video. It seemed a little bit more entertaining. He had a little bit more pep in his step.
Pep.
He was younger, and he was less unemployed.
Yeah, true. Well, I don't know. He's still unemployed, but was there a possibility of employment at that point or not?
I think
Well, unless
I think the chance of me getting a job at 52, considering I've been out of the workspace for 10 years, Marky, you'd explain it to Clivers, can you?
Well, no, I actually think for all of us our age, I think we had to enter the job market unless, Walmart door greeter or something like that. I think we'd be.
I know, Clivers, it's fucking depressing because I still consider myself to be young. I don't think I'm that old.
I don't think you're that young.
Go ask the nearest stripper.
That's true. Well, okay.
What do you think the perfect age was? I think 37 was a good age.
Well,
boy, I was going through the shit when I was 37.
Maybe.
I kind of like it where I'm at.
Well, how would you like it something where you could be a job, self-employed, fresh, and get fresh air and exercise at the same time?
Oh, Clyde, you're so mean.
What?
I smell something extremely mean coming. But go ahead. So does Archie. Go ahead, Clyde. Finish.
Well, no, it's just like you could just basically
pull a cart.
Yeah, actually, and call it and just around the Gold Coast, and you would call it Mino Tours.
Jesus Christ. You are so rude.
Sorry. 18.3 thoughts on chicken steak. I love chicken steak. Absolutely
chicken fried.
Guys, we need now to upvote. You need to upvote now.
You can use your tooth.
Yes.
Push the button. Use your tooth.
Actually, I actually know how to make a good Oklahoma chicken fried steak. Believe it or not.
Is that right?
And why do you collect watches? Let's end.
You boil it, Clyde. You boil it, right?
I'm into obsolete things. 60%. You air fry it. Clive air fries everything. Mark.
No, it goes in oil. You got to oil fry.
I haven't air fried in something in ages. Also, we're into obsolete, useless things too. That's why we're here.
Man, it's brought back good memories, I miss days. We did some wonderful streams in the day, Clive.
Oh, the Clive streams were very memorable.
They were
wet and wild.
We did them for an hour. There wasn't sort of just going on and on. It was like an hour in, out,
The old in and out. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, your homework, gentlemen, is to go to a strip club this week and then report back to us what happened next week. But what you're going to do is you're just going to tell the girl when she starts making eyes at you and, giving you that direct eye stare, don't look away. Hold eye contact and just say, honey, I've got kryptonite. Tell me what happens.
I've got kryptonite.
That's it.
What the fuck? Is she Superman? Are you trying
You just try it. Oh, honey, I've got kryptonite.
Okay.
Now the problem is, it's when she puts the nipples in your eyes and you have the boner. That's when
you have to pretend not to like it. You have to go. Excuse me. Oh my God, there were.
Oh no! Okay. Please.
Okay, it was a good story. It was a good one.
Yep.
It was in Phuket.
Guys, we got to thank our super chatters today. Let's go through the list. We had Rich Mitch. We had Ryan Hoffery. We had Rich Foss, Jefferson Exotic, Rodent Mutation, Rich Mitch, Corrado Galizia, RMD 992, Rich Mitch, Rick Foss, Mr. GMT, Bazels Beazles, Claude, Jean-Claude Bivar, Herline Franks, Patel Philippe, Ken Fresno, Patel Philippe, Ken Fresno, GB, Patel Philippe, Corrado Galizia, Mobster, Yankee Doodle, John C, Patel Philippe, Rich Mitch, John Galt, Drill Phil Bill, Little Dave, Patel Philippe, Rich Mitch, William Gaudrian, Patel Philippe, Rich Mitch, The Rancher, Patel Philippe, Gun Glutton, and Patel Philippe.
Worst to
And
go
I
into
also
worst
want to say a very special thank you to yesterday's super chatter who I missed and the day before they super chatted. And that is Vincent B. $5. Vincent B. Just as I pressed end, he super chatted. So Vincent B,
Vincenzo.
thank you
Vinny
so
B.
much for that. Okay, guys, that's the show. We'll be back tomorrow. See ya later, baby. See you later. See you later, babies.
Do you mind if I stay for a while? All snuggle up in each other's arms. Do you mind if I stay by your side? Just looking at you all the time.